Oh shit, I can hear myself and I don't like it. Let's turn that off. Okay, hi everyone! How's everybody doing? It's been a minute. So, if this is your first time here for a Pop Girly news broadcast, I will explain what we are doing, as well as make some announcements for those of you who have been and will continue to follow this journey. So, last year, we did a, I know, Carly is pregnant. Don't worry, it's in the slides. Last year, the end of the year, we did a Pop Girly of 2024 bracket on this channel. We did it live, we voted on each of the categories, we picked together who the Pop Girly of 2024 was. Last year it was Charli XCX. Now, I decided this year that I knew I wanted to do it again. And I decided, like, midway through the year that we should do Pop Girly news live streams semi-often. At the time, it was like bi-weekly-ish. Now it's like, well, and then it was bi-weekly, but like, sometimes things would come up and I couldn't do it on one week, and then, you know, wasn't super regular. And then I took 2 months off for different reasons. Reasons outside of my control, such as Ryan Murphy releasing a TV show that I felt like I needed to make some videos about. So we had to take a break for like 2 months. But what we had been doing is we had been trying to make a list of nominees, the people that we think that we want on the bracket. Because last year I just put it together in like 2 weeks. And then I was like, oh, I feel like there were people that I left out of the bracket that should have been in there. And then there were people that were in there that probably shouldn't have been. So I was like, let's all decide together who we think the nominees should be. So what we've been doing, I have a list here. Everyone that's in purple, those are people that we've already discussed. We've like done little slideshows on them because we started at like in like June, I think, of this year. So we had to like go back and talk about what all these people did in like the first half of the year. And then once everyone's been introduced to the the list, kind of. Once we've done like a PowerPoint on them, we would continuously do updates. So everyone in purple here are people that we've already introduced to the list. These are already in the running to be nominees for the final bracket. We still have quite a lot of people to discuss, to possibly add. Now, I've made some changes since the last time, since 2 months ago. I've moved some people around of who I think is definitely going to be in the bracket, who I think probably won't be in the bracket, who I think is possibly going to be in the bracket. What I've decided to do, I am going to, because we need, for the bracket, it's going to be 32 people. So what I've decided is that, let me open up the calendar here. So we're here on the 3rd. For the rest of the year, Pop Girly News will be weekly. It will be Monday nights at 7 p.m. Tomorrow we're also going to do another stream, so today and tomorrow we're just doing updates. We're not adding anybody to the nominee list yet. We're just doing updates on the last 2 months since we did the last stream. So tonight we have a smaller list of people to do updates from, but I think tonight's stream probably will be longer than tomorrow's. I'm not sure. We'll see. And then tomorrow we'll finish out the updates. And then on the 10th, we'll start adding new people. 17th, add new people. 24th, we'll keep going until we get to the 22nd. 22nd, I'm going to decide on 22 people that will definitely be on the bracket. So 22 of the nominees will be my decision. We're then going to do a straw poll. Actually, no. We're going to do the poll. I'm going to decide by the 15th, and then maybe some changes will be made if someone like really comes through in the last like week here, if I feel like I need to add somebody. But I'm going to have the top 22 figured out by the 15th. I'm then going to give you guys a straw poll, and you can pick the remaining 10 democratically. So it'll be like, it'll be like a straw poll, and you can pick 10 people of your own picks, your 10 people that you want added to the bracket. And then whatever the top 10 people are by the 22nd, that will be the people that are on the bracket. Because I'll need a week to make sure that I get everybody added to the final slideshow. So we'll have the full bracket by the 22nd. Unless something crazy happens and we gotta add somebody else. And then 29th and 30th, that will be the bracket. We're gonna do it in part 1 and part 2, like we did last year. Hopefully it won't take quite as long as last year. But 29th and the 30th, part 1, part 2, and then we'll have our Pop Girly of 2025. The 22nd, because that's when I'll know the full bracket list. I don't think I'm going to tell you guys. I think I'm going to let it be a surprise who the final 10 is. We'll see. We'll see if I feel like telling you. But I think I want it to be a surprise. But then 22nd, we're also going to do another bracket. That'll be the flop of 2025. So that, I think, on the 15th as well, in addition to the straw poll for the Pop Girly nominees, I'll also do something where you can submit who you think, like, the flop of the year is. And then we'll put that bracket together, and then we'll do that on the 22nd. So between now and the 15th, we gotta figure out who the fuck we're putting on this bracket. Or I gotta figure out who I'm definitely putting on the bracket. And then the 15th, you guys will decide who the remaining 10 are. So that's the plan. Every Monday, plus tomorrow, and plus the 30th, Pop Girly all the time. So let's go over some of the changes that I've made, some of the people I've added, some of the people I've taken off, some of the people I've moved around. So I wanted to get a little bit tighter here. So I have moved quite a lot of people off of this first list of the most likely nominees. Gaga obviously is staying. JoJo Siwa is staying. Katy Perry staying. Beyonce staying. Even though I feel like she didn't have that big of a year, she is still Beyonce, so she's staying. Doechii staying. Charli XCX staying. Selena Gomez staying. Taylor Swift obviously staying. Demi Lovato, who I don't know if the last time, maybe I had already put her up here. I must have. I don't remember. I've moved a lot of people around. Lana Del Rey. I'm putting Lana Del Rey on here because she is obviously like a very famous person. I don't think she had a super big year, but she did have a fairly, a mid-sized year. But her and Ethel Cain, that drama, I think, kind of just puts them both up here. So Ethel Cain, at the beginning of the year, I really didn't know. I put Ethel onto the list just because I like Ethel Cain, and I was like, maybe this will be her year. She wasn't a super big artist, but I was like, maybe. But then once Lana started some weird shit with her, that was when I was like, okay, Ethel's on the list. Pink Pantheress, and then Miley Cyrus, Addison Rae, Ariana Grande, Sabrina Carpenter, Bad Bunny, Doja Cat, Tate McRae, and Cardi B. Those are the people so far that I think will almost certainly be on the bracket. Then we have Lil Nas X, who hasn't had a super big year musically, but he did release like an album EP kind of thing, and then unfortunately was arrested. We'll talk about that more tomorrow. We have a small update on that. FKA Twigs, she had been up here. I've moved her down, unfortunately. While I appreciated her album, Um, Doja didn't do enough this year. She released a whole album. And she got into like at least I think two different dramas this year. But one of them was like much earlier in the year. Well, I'd say probably only one big drama this year. But then so FKA Twigs, she just like I think the promo kind of got killed a little bit because of her visa issues. We'll talk about her more tomorrow, but I think depending on how you guys vote, maybe she'll be on the bracket, but I don't know because I feel like she really lost a lot of steam midway through the year. Chappell Roan, she's someone who like was so big last year that it almost feels weird to leave her off, but she hasn't really released that much music. She hasn't done that much this year. And also, just to be clear, when we're assessing the pop girliness, we are taking into consideration both musical output and also just general like celebrity, like how they added to their own meta narrative, if they damaged their reputations, if they did things that gave them a lot of goodwill in the public eye. Yeah, Chappell did. She had two singles and a pop-up tour, but the pop-up tour was very small. I feel like it was mostly like stans paying attention. I don't know that the general public was paying that much attention. So that is why I did have to move her down. Kesha, Tyla, Benson Boone. Benson Boone we can maybe move down. I don't know. He was bigger at the beginning of the year. And this is part of the problem too, is we do have to try to think about like recency bias, because obviously the beginning of the year was almost 10 months ago, or it was 10 months ago. So it's sometimes hard to remember who was more relevant in like the first 2 quarters of the year. But we're going to try. We're going to try to take it all into consideration. Lola Young, who I think really, I still have to pick two more people to be up here. Lola might get moved up. She has had a very big year. And especially, we're thinking in terms of meta narrative, but we're thinking in terms of like general celebrity, and also have they added to their own careers? Like, that's why Pink Pantheress, she's had a huge year in terms of like where she was at the beginning of the year and where she is now. She's made a lot of leaps forward. Benson Boone, I think like was fairly big at the beginning of the year, now not so much. And then like Lola Young, I think at the beginning of the year, she was mostly like someone that people thought of as just like a TikTok person. She had that song that people kind of made fun of because it was like cringe or whatever. But since then, she's also, I mean, we'll talk about her tomorrow because we'll do updates on her. But she really has, I think, broken out of the TikTok trap. Renee Rapp, Marina, Slater, Heidi Montag, who I did have up here for a while because of just my own personal bias, but we're getting tighter at this point. We can only do 32 people, so I've put her down. She probably won't be on the bracket, which will make me sad, but that's okay. And then we still have to discuss Rosalia, Justin Bieber, Lorde, Somber, Hayley Williams, Dua Lipa, Billie Eilish, Ed Sheeran, Ray, Lily Allen, and then other people who could be included. But I just think most of these people just didn't do a whole lot. Or they did stuff, but it wasn't stuff that the general public was really paying attention to. Jessie Murph, Carly Rae Jepsen, Justin Timberlake, Rihanna. Rihanna did. You have to release something musical to be included. Or you have to do something musical, like even if it's just a tour or something. Even if you didn't technically release any music, if you did something music related, you get included. So Rihanna did do that Trolls song. And she is someone who like is so iconic that it feels weird to not include her, but she only did one song, so what can you do? Jennifer Lopez, Karol G, Jade, Rebecca Black, Lisa Jenny, Kelly, is it Uchis? I always forget how to pronounce her last name. Conan Gray, SZA, Bruno Mars, Lizzo, Mariah Carey, and Role Model. Those are people who possibly will be nominated. I have then moved a whole lot of people to probably not. And these are for various reasons. For some people, it's like they just didn't, maybe they released, but it didn't really hit with the general public. Or they released, but like there wasn't a whole lot of meta narrative that they've, like nothing has been added to their meta narrative in the general public's perception of them. Other people like Tyler the Creator and The Weeknd, I think those are people who are like pop adjacent, but I do just think that at this point, the spheres that they get discussed the most in is not the like pop stan sphere, even if they are making music that you could classify as pop. Gracie Abrams, I don't know what she was doing this year. Olivia Rodrigo, haven't really heard much from her. Kalani, Rina Sawayama, some people just like didn't release at all, and I had put them on the list hoping they would release. Now Hilary Duff, I am gonna have to move up because I had her on for a while. I'm gonna move her actually up to, well, no, I'll put her, she'll be a late entry because I had put her on at the beginning of the year because I was like, well, not the beginning of the year, but when we started doing the Pop Girly News, because there was some indication that she might be releasing this year. And then she signed to Atlantic Records, and I was like, okay, any minute now. But then as we were getting to the end of the year, when I was redoing this the other day, I was like, okay, maybe she's probably just waiting until 2026. She's probably not going to release this year. She'll release next year. But then today she's announced that she's releasing a new song on Thursday, I think. Thursday or Friday on the 6th, whenever that is. So Hilary Duff will have a song by the end of the year. Be a very late entry, but she will be here. Gwen Stefani, Megan Thee Stallion, Halsey. That one is really unfortunate because she even talked about the fact that like her label is like not allowing her to release music at the moment because her last album didn't do as well as they wanted it to. So that sucks. Hemlock Springs, who I just really personally enjoy, and I was hoping that she would kind of pop off in the mainstream this year. But she didn't really, and she didn't release that much anyway, so there's still a future for Hemlock Springs. It maybe just won't be 2025. 2025 won't be her year, but someday. Kelly Clarkson, Ice Spice, Kylie Minogue, Dove Cameron, Arca, Sexy Red, and Glorilla. A lot of those people are just like, they release some stuff, but just not enough that I think they really need to be included. But we'll see. I mean, maybe I'll strike a few people from the list, but most likely everyone here down will all be on the straw poll for y'all to vote. Unless we just never, there's some people who I'm like, it's possible that we just never discuss them. Like we just run out of time to talk about them. And at that point, if we're running out of time, they probably weren't that relevant. But at some point it will all be in your hands to figure it out. So yeah, that is what we're looking at currently. Now, let's move on to our slides for the day. So first, one of the reasons I couldn't do Pop Girly News for the last 2 months, one of the first reasons was that I was in New York at the beginning of September to see my queen, probably my personal pick for Pop Girly 2025, Miss Lady Gaga. Now, I feel very, very bad because, so right before my show, she had been in Miami and she had done, I don't know if she did one show and then canceled the second or if she did two and then canceled the third, but she ended up canceling, or not canceling, but rescheduling, postponing her last show in Miami because of extreme vocal strain, I guess. She said, during rehearsal last night and my vocal warm up tonight, my voice was extremely strained, and both my doctor and vocal coach have advised me not to go on because of the risk it poses. I want to be hardcore and just push through this, but I don't want to risk long term or permanent damage on my vocal cords. There is significant risk based on all our combined experience with a show like ours, and as you know, I sing live every night. And even though this was a hard and agonizing decision, I would be more afraid of the long-term implications on my voice. I hope you can forgive me and accept my sincerest apologies for any disappointment, letdown, inconvenience. I am so sorry. I tried so hard to avoid this. I take serious care of myself to be able to put on this highly demanding show. I love my fans so much, respect you, and hope you can accept my sincere, regretful apology. We are trying to reschedule the show as quickly as possible. Now, first and foremost, I feel terrible for the fans that they had to go through this. I had my Born This Way ball show canceled in 2013. I don't remember what year it was. But when she broke her hip, she canceled her Detroit show. I was very sad. It never got rescheduled. So I do want to say that, like, at least for this show, she is rescheduling. There will be a Miami show. So that's good. But the thing that really sucked is that she announced this like within a few hours of the show when it was supposed to start. Like, people were already outside the venue waiting to get let in. I guess it was really a clusterfuck with like the staff not having a clear idea of what was happening, and it seemed pretty bad. So my condolences to the Miami fans. However, I was so fucking grateful. I was so terrified because this was the show right before mine. And she's already canceled one of my shows before. It's like, if I get all the way to New York and she cancels, I am gonna lose my mind. She didn't cancel, so I was, thank fucking God. But I was so afraid. And, you know, I think that she needs to do whatever she needs to do. She has had problems before, and this is kind of the thing with, like, her hip injury, where she really wants to, as she said, be punk rock or whatever and just perform anyway. But sometimes in doing that, she makes the problem much worse. So, like, with her hip, had she maybe canceled a few shows earlier in the tour and then gotten it taken care of or just rested, she maybe wouldn't have injured it quite as severely as she ended up doing, and then maybe she wouldn't have had to cancel the entire remaining part of the tour, and then maybe she wouldn't have also, you know, gotten like fibromyalgia, because I think that was the thing that really triggered her fibromyalgia, was that injury. So I do, as much as I feel awful for these Miami fans, especially since she announced so quickly before the show, or so, like, yeah, like just right before they were supposed to go into the building. I do think that, like, it was a better thing for her to do. She should just cool off. Yeah, exactly. Cough when she performed with COVID. Cough. I know. And that was the other one of the other reasons I couldn't do Pop Girly News once I came back from New York, is a few weeks later just got COVID. So I couldn't really talk at all. And a lot of the time that I had COVID, I kept thinking, I was like, how the fuck did she perform like this? She did like 2 or 3 shows with COVID. Shouldn't have done that. But yeah, this is better for everybody. She is gonna reschedule, but it does suck because it's like you have to. People traveled there. People got hotels. People got, you know, they had to fly. At least though, you got to be in Miami. That's still nice, right? That was what I kept telling myself about New York. I was like, even if she cancels, I'll still get a nice little vacation in New York. But yeah, that would really suck ass. And this is another thing too, where I want her to take care of herself. I want her to rest. I don't want her to get burnt out like I think she did a while ago. But I also, So like part of her not getting burned out is I think her doing like less shows. Not she is doing a fair amount of shows, but she's doing a lot of shows in like one place. She's not traveling as much as she used to for tours. And by that I mean she's not coming to Detroit, which really I think it's fine. I think that if this is the schedule and the layout that works the best for her and is the healthiest for her, then I think that's what she should do. But it really fucking sucks because the tickets are so astronomically priced that I just can't buy another ticket. I would really like to see the show again. I cannot afford the ticket prices as they currently stand. Now, often, like right before the show, like a day or two before the show itself, ticket prices will come down on resale websites because it's people who like couldn't get a babysitter or whatever, so they have to put their stuff back up onto like StubHub and try to sell it as fast as possible. So like prices will come down a few days before the show. The problem is she's not performing any shows that I wouldn't have to travel quite a long distance to go to. So I can't just count on being able to like go to New York or go to I don't even remember where the other place was. There was one in Canada, but it wasn't even like one that was close to me. It was something where I would have to drive like a good like 10 hours or something. And so it's like, fuck. I if she just came to Detroit, then I could at least like keep an eye out for the Detroit tickets when they came down because I know that I can be to a Detroit venue at like a moment's notice. But I can't get all the way to New York or all the way to some other state if I don't know that I'm gonna get to see Lady Gaga. So that really sucks. And I'm sure that there are people that have been similarly affected by that with the Miami show, where I mean, if you had the tickets you still have tickets for the rescheduled show, but if you can't go to that show for whatever reason, like whatever day she schedules it for, you can't go, then it's like, you might kind of just be out of luck. Because these ticket prices are just, they're so unreasonable. I keep looking, because I'm like, I would love to go back to New York to see her again. But I can't afford it. It's literally like the decent seats are like $1,000 to $2,000. It's not okay. But I do want to give my review of the show itself. And here's one of the big reasons that I would really, really like to go back to see her again. My seats fucking sucked. So, Madison Square Garden, it's a beautiful venue. And it was an incredible show. Unfortunately, where I was in the stands, there's this huge ass, like, just line of people up here. I don't know what you call this, but like, there's extra seating up here, which is in my way, so I can see the stage fine. I couldn't see any of the screens above the stage. And there's a lot of stuff happening on the screens. Can we see your outfit? Oh, I don't have a photo of that in here. I'll add it to the slideshow for tomorrow so you can see that. It was just like it was more like I tried to do like a more goth kind of thing. But so then not only is this line up here, then the fucking speakers, the way that they come down, I couldn't see shit from the screens. I was so sad. Sky Bridge, yeah. The Sky Bridge. I was like, why? Just get rid of that. And then I could see everything perfectly fine. But I keep looking at like better seats and they're all, first of all, these seats that I was in are currently now going for like $700. And I'm like, I'm definitely not paying $700 for those seats. And anything else is like over $1,000. The Chase Sky Bridge. Oh, disgusting. Oh. Yeah, exactly. I've given up on seeing Ayla's Pop Girlies. Rent comes first. I would love to just throw caution to the wind and go back to see her, but I literally just do not have the money in my account. Like, I can't even be like, well, I'll make it up one day. I keep seeing people on, like, Twitter or whatever being like, money comes and goes, but experiences like concerts are forever. And it's like, okay, but money goes pretty fast at the moment. And it doesn't come very quickly, so can't really like at some point, yeah, concerts are cool, but I do need to like eat and pay for shelter and water and heat and also basic amenities. Like I can't afford this. I would really love to. What a bitch. Now, yeah, see, like, this is what the screen looks like. This is what I can't fucking see because the sky bridge is in my way. But it looked beautiful when I watched other people's recordings on YouTube. It looked incredible. Oh well. Yeah, more like a concert. Correct. Mm. Anyway, so here's I love the show despite my horrible seats. It was incredible. I did cry. I did feel many things. I want to start with my negatives from the show just to get them out of the way, but I obviously have way more positives. So, as a stan, as a little monster, I was always going to have complaints about the set list. You know, you can never really please everybody. My big two things is the lack of chromatica on the set list. I do think that like chromatica is when it came out I had fonder feelings for it, but I think that had a lot to do with like the fact that the album before that was Joanne and then there were like two jazz albums. I don't remember when Love for Sale came out, but I think it was like around Chromatica. So she'd done the jazz albums and the movies, and by the time she actually got back to doing pop, I was like, oh, thank God. So I loved Chromatica at the time. Now I feel like it's just kind of boring compared to the rest of her work. I don't think that it's as like eclectic, but I do still like the album, and there are songs from the album that I just think would work with this. Like maybe 911 is like too on the nose because it's like My Biggest Enemy Is Me or whatever, and she spends the whole show like battling some version of herself, Mother Mayhem. But I think that the song could very well go on to the set list. I also think Plastic Doll could go on to the set list, and she never even performed Plastic Doll in the Chromatica Ball tour, so I have an itch. I have an itch that I would like her to scratch by performing that song. The other big one that I wish was on the set list, I wish Don't Call Tonight was on the set list. That's like the only song from Mayhem that she hasn't performed yet, roughly. Like there's another one, which I'll talk about in a second. But I would love Don't Call Tonight on the set list, especially really just the bridge. The bridge is incredible. If we could just find a way to get the bridge into the show, that would be really cool. Now, I generally get sick of her doing Shallow and Million Reasons. Million Reasons, not as much recently, but like when she was in the Joanne era, she did Million Reasons like everywhere, and I was very sick of it at the time. Shallow, I've been sick of for a while, and she continues to just do it everywhere. However, as much as they would not have been my preferred songs to be on the set list, I do like the way that they're used in the show. So, would I put them on the set list? No. Am I okay with them being there? Yeah. Die with a Smile I really don't need, but I understand that that is, you know, her like really big song right now, so what can you do? She would have had to put it on the set list, but I just personally did not need it. Summer Boy, which is a song from her first album that she has not performed since like 2000, probably 2008, maybe even 2007. So that was really exciting for her to add to the set list. I do kind of wonder why it was that song in particular, like if she was going back to her early career, if she was going to these like deep cuts from her albums. why Summer Boy and not any of the others? I do like Summer Boy. I'm not complaining about that. But I almost kind of wish that that section of the song she maybe like switched out every few shows just to like have some other deep cuts in there. Because if we're just going off of like what my favorite deep cuts of Gaga's career are, Summer Boy, I love to see it. I think it's cute. But there's quite a few others that I would have loved to see more. That being said, I appreciate that it's there. I'm confused as to why that one in particular. But it's a cute moment in the show. But the thing is that like, oh yeah, it might have had a TikTok moment. That's possible. But like, just who cares? Like you've already sold the show out. No one, I guess maybe people were going there because of the TikTok stuff. But I also just feel like in the show, the way that she does Summer Boy, she has like a guitar and then it just kind of like her dancers to the side. And I feel like that part of the show isn't it's not there's no like detailed choreography or anything, at least as far as her. I'm not, maybe the dancers were doing some specific stuff. I wasn't really paying attention to them. I was only looking at her. But I'm like, I just feel like that part of the show, it wouldn't take that much to just like switch the song out every few shows, you know? Because it's like if you're just doing a guitar and just your dancers dancing next to you, you can do a whole lot of other stuff too. Like people in the chat are saying Money Honey. Money Honey would be wonderful. I would love a Money Honey. I would have loved my personal favorite that I really wish she would still perform is Electric Chapel. But there's a lot of others that like if you're just gonna do the thing with like you have a guitar and your dancers next to you, that can be pretty much anything. I also would love, so this is the other song from the new album that she hasn't performed at all. Can't Stop the High. Now it was originally a song that only got released on like certain vinyl editions. I don't remember which one. That and Kill for Love were both like special vinyl songs that have now been added to the Spotify album. When she released Dead Dance, she also put on Kill for Love and Can't Stop the High into just like the album track list on Spotify. Though it's hard, it's kind of annoying because there's now like two versions of Mayhem on Spotify, but they look exactly the same, and it's not like one of them is called like deluxe edition or anything. They're just both Mayhem, and sometimes I'll go to the album and it's the one without those 3 songs on it, and I'm like, well, if I'm going to the album, I want the whole thing. So then I have to go find the other version. It's just a little annoying the way that they did it on Spotify. But I'm glad that she is at least putting those bonus tracks onto streaming, because she didn't do that previously. There was a bonus track from Chromatica that never got put on streaming, and honestly, I didn't care that much about that song, so I'm not really even gonna complain about it. But I thought there was like a chance that Kill for Love and Can't Stop the High were never gonna get added to Spotify, and I'm glad that they did. That being said, I prefer Can't Stop the High and over Kill for Love, and Kill for Love is on the set list and Can't Stop the High is not, so bit of a bummer for me, but that's okay. I'm glad Kill for Love is there, but I would love a live Can't Stop the High moment. Because I really like the song. I do think the production on the song as it appears on Spotify, on streaming, I think the production is a little weak. It feels like it maybe wasn't completely done. Like it was kind of maybe between like a demo and a finished studio version. But I do still like it. And I feel like the production issues that I have with it could just very easily go away if it was just a live recording. The other big, this isn't necessarily a complaint that I have, but I know other people don't love the fact that the show is so similar to her Coachella and Bonnaroo sets. I get why people are turned off by that, but I also like, I think that she adds so much from the Coachella shows that like it to me still does feel like it's a new show. The one thing that I'm a little bit like about is the fact that she did a YouTube event, some like brand thing where it's like brand representatives go to this event and then artists perform there, so it's like she's literally just performing to a bunch of business people. But she performed there and it was a fully different show. Like I've seen clips from it of just like people filming from the audience, and it's a whole different outfit, like whole different outfits, plural. She did multiple different outfits, whole different set, different, mostly different choreography and stuff. So I'm like, fuck, if you could put together an entirely new show for the YouTube event. I'm not saying like you should do an entirely new show for the tour, but I am a little bit annoyed about the fact that there is no professional recording of the YouTube event because I would really like to see that. But it was just for like fucking stuffy business people. Annoying. But oh well. My big complaint with the keeping the Chromatica, or not Chromatica, the Coachella set and like keeping it so similar to the new tour is that I would really, really love new versions of Perfect Celebrity and Disease. Now, it's not that I don't like the way that they appear in the tour. I really like it. And when the Coachella show happened, like those are two of my favorite performances. But I think both of those songs, Disease especially, I think they just deserve a little bit more variation, you know? I know that she did the like little kind of live acoustic-ish versions of Disease on her YouTube channel that she also put on streaming months ago, or maybe even a full year ago when the single was released. But I need more versions than that. And that's the thing. I feel like Gaga is back in so many ways where I feel like this is just a total return to form for her. But the one thing that I do miss from her early career, and I understand why she's not doing it now, because I think it would have been very hectic and probably just too much for a person to do. And I'm glad that she's taking care of herself. But we used to just get so many different variations of performances. Like she would do so many different performances, like on different morning shows, different late night shows, award shows. So it's like you would get multiple different versions of one song performed live. And I just miss that, especially because I think Disease is like one of her best songs ever. So I would just love to see just like I would love to see a version out of the sandbox. That's my only thing. I think she doesn't like that because of how difficult they are to sing. Yeah, I'm sure. But I also just feel like there's still just other ways that you can do it. You don't necessarily need to be in a sandbox to perform it. Like, I would just love maybe a little more movement. I don't know. But it's still incredible. Now, my positives from the set list. First of all, the first 5 songs, perfect intro. Bloody Mary into Abracadabra, into Judas, into Aura, into Shaze. I don't know that any tour is open so strong ever. It's such a good intro. And Judas especially, like I feel like Judas, there's something about that song that like she's done a lot of different transitions with Judas throughout her career that have just sounded so good. Judas for some reason just is such a good song for transitions. I was very happy that no Blade of Grass is on the set list. I did not want Blade of Grass. I appreciate the sentiment behind the song. I do not like it. I love that there are art pop songs on the set list. Especially, Applause was never one of my favorite songs, especially on art pop. But I think it sounds so good live. And it like really, it livens up the crowd. It's a great live song. I love that she's doing surprise songs. That's really fun. She did Hair at my show. That was when I cried the most. And then she also did, for her final like walkout show, she did Bad Kids. So that was cute. Now, again, she did cancel the show before mine because of her voice, problems with her voice. She sounded fucking incredible during my show. But you could tell that she was adapting the the like melodies and stuff so that she didn't have to strain her voice as much, but it still sounded so good. It was like she was harmonizing. So here's an example. You like my hair, my ripped up jeans. You like the bad girl that call it me. Thanks for liking the bad girl in me. Incredible. Just incredible. And then the choreography was amazing. I'm so glad she is working with this choreographer now instead of you know who. The technology of like the stage and the screens and everything, insane. The props, incredible. The outfits, incredible. This outfit, I really, really like it. I don't know if anyone else sees this but me because of my own, my other standing of not a person, well, kind of a person, but this to me looks like Xena's outfit in season 5 when Lucy Lawless was pregnant. She had this like big coat. It just really reminds me of that, especially like the hair with like the bangs and then the braid. I love it. Is that all I have for the tour itself? Yeah. So, yeah, incredible. Now, as I said, I am a little bit sad about the lack of variations for certain songs, but she did also do, around the time, I think she filmed this somewhat close to when she did the Madison Square Garden show that I was at. But she did Vanish Into You on the Late Show with Stephen Colbert, a new version of it. Incredible. Loved it. She has also now released... Well, so she was in Wednesday. I don't think the show was out or her episodes of the show were out the last time. Maybe they were. I don't remember. It's possible that the season 2, she was in like part 2 of season 2 of Wednesday. So I don't remember if we talked about this during the last Pop Girly stream, but she was in Wednesday, I guess for like 30 seconds. I don't watch the show, so I have no idea. But I guess she was not in for very much at all, which is a little bit, it's funny to me because I saw something where they were talking about how she wanted to be in the show, they wanted her in the show, and they had to like work around to find a part for her that was like significant, but that also she didn't have to be in it a lot so that she didn't have to spend that much time on the set because she has such a busy schedule. But now at this point, I feel like she's done so much fucking promo for the show that it's like she spent more time doing promo than she spent on the set. Why is she doing so much fucking promo for a show that she was in like 30 seconds of? Whatever. Maybe she'll be in season 3. Alongside that, she released the song Dead Dance. Now, from what I understand, this song was originally meant to be on the original, like, standard edition of Mayhem, but then once it was decided that she was going to be on Wednesday, she took it off and then put it, and then the plan was like, okay, we're going to take it off the main standard track list, and then we'll just release it when the season of Wednesday premieres. And then she also did a music video directed by Tim Burton. My feelings on the song is like, it's fine. It came out around the time that I was going to New York. Like, I think it maybe even came out the night before. So now I very much associate it with my own trip to New York. So it has sentimental value to me. But it's just fine. As a song, it's just fine. The music video, also fine. I kind of expected a little bit more with the amount that they were hyping it up. Because it's like, especially it being Tim Burton, and he's not my favorite director, but he is a very competent film director. I think I just expected a little bit more from the video. Especially just the way that it was edited. I don't know. It was just a little kind of plain for me. But it was still cute. And she did like, it was at this island or something with like these haunted dolls, which is cute. And then she kind of made the dolls a part of the promo. So I did like that. She has continued to promote this song, though. So on her tour, well, first of all, here's her promoting Wednesday just a few days ago, I think on Halloween. She's still doing promo for this damn show. But she's also, doing promo for the song because it's got a dance, and I think maybe they wanted it to be like a TikTok dance because she keeps doing it everywhere. She also keeps doing she keeps just performing it live, but randomly throughout her new shows. Like, she'll just add it in between songs. I think at one point she started it in the middle of a different song. So this is one of the ones she did. So that's fun, gives you an extra little thing of we don't know when she's going to do the dead dance during the show. I think she does a full performance of it separately of that, but that wasn't added to my set list when I went. It was kind of, which I'll talk about in a second, but it wasn't on the main set list. So I don't know where dead dance comes in the set list now. But I think in addition to where it comes on the set list, she's also doing these extra little dances in the middle of other songs, which is fun. And then, oh yeah, so this is another surprise one she did, where at the very end of the show, after they're all doing their bows, she just did it again. So it's cute, and it is a fun little dance. She seems to really enjoy it. Now, as far as the other surprise songs, I was a bit jealous that I didn't get this one, but I very much relate to this fan in the audience. I can't even imagine. If I heard that, I would absolutely lose my mind. Now, she's also done some more House Labs promo. I love this because it is so art pop coded. This is just straight out of 2013. I love it. I think I have a slide for that. Oh yeah, and these were the dolls. So I was sad, but it's fine. So I don't know if it was just for the New York shows. I don't think she's continued to do this at other locations, but a few hours before her show on Saturday and then again on Sunday, they had put up these dolls randomly around New York City, and you could find them. And if you found them, I think they would take your picture and stuff for social media. And so I knew about that, and we tried to find the dolls on Saturday before the show, and we just couldn't find them, and especially because it was raining that day. I was sad, and we walked by these other little monsters who were very clearly looking for them, and they were navigating on their phones. They're I think it'll probably be over there. And then I saw on social media later that they did find them, and I was like, fuck, we should have just followed them around. But that's okay. But it would have been a fun little souvenir. She then did perform at the VMAs. Now, this is very exciting because this is the show that I was at. So on Saturday night, I was kind of upset at first because when we went to Chromatica, the Chromatica Ball, we arrived essentially kind of a little bit before the show was supposed to start. But we were so used to it. The last time that I had seen Gaga live for a pop show, I had seen one of the Cheek to Cheek shows. But before that, the last time I had seen her live, because I didn't go to the Joanne tour, was for Art Pop in 2013. And back in that era, she kind of took her time getting on stage. Not as much time as Madonna often takes. But there was an expectation that we had a little bit more time to loiter. And we did not at Chromatica. We were walking around looking at food, and then suddenly we heard whoa, 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 and we were fuck ass. So then we had to run to our seats really fast, At Madison Square Garden, we got there when the doors opened. We were in the big crowd before the doors opened. We went in with the crowd, so we were there literally as quickly as it was possible to be in the building. We were walking around, not taking that much time. We were just like looking at food, looking at merch, and then suddenly we hear the fucking show starting, and we're like, she's doing it to us again. Turns out it wasn't the actual show, it was the VMA performance. So she did, I think, like 2 or 3 different recordings of Abracadabra, and then 2 recordings of Dead Dance, which would be the first time that she had ever performed it live. So I was very happy to be there for the premiere of Dead Dance, but also for the VMA performance. It was very exciting. That being said, it was really exciting in the moment while we were there at Madison Square Garden. It was very exciting the next day when we got to watch the show, like the fully edited version at the VMAs. The version that they uploaded onto YouTube has like the worst sound mixing that I have ever heard. I don't know what their problem is, but they have like, I think they maybe did the crowd noise from both Madison Square Garden and also the VMAs and then put them both over top of each other. So there's parts where it's like you can barely even hear the song. It's so annoying. And I don't even remember it being like that during the actual VMAs. I almost feel like it's different from the VMAs to the YouTube upload. And I'm so sick of MTV doing this. The sound mixing for the YouTube performances is always bad, or at least it has been bad for the last 2 years. It's like you're the music television channel. Why can't you have better sound mixing? But the performance was cute. And then also, I didn't love the lighting. This part looks okay. But when she comes out more onto the stage, they have this very, very pink lighting over her that I think it just like totally washes out everything. I don't think there's enough contrast. So I don't love the lighting. And I hate the sound mixing from the VMA recording, but she was incredible. Her voice was insane. I mean, especially like being there, hearing it live, like I almost couldn't believe it, especially because she fucking canceled the show right before it because her voice, she had like vocal strain and sounded incredible to me. But then again, yeah, when she did the actual set, she did change a lot of the arrangement so that she could sing a little bit lower, but she still sounded incredible. This is also, so for her VMA performance, this could just be a coincidence, especially because this is the first time that MTV simulcasted on both MTV and CBS, so I think the CBS probably did boost their viewership overall. But just coincidentally, if you notice, ratings always seem to be quite a lot higher when Gaga's there. Don't know. And then that night, she went to the VMAs on that Sunday, and then they like pushed back her show like an hour. She went to the VMAs, which are also filmed in New York, so she was kind of nearby, but then she accepted her first award, her like Artist of the Year award at the VMAs, then left, had to like change her outfit, had to do her makeup again, and then did a whole other show at Madison Square Garden. And then she brought her little VMAs with her little not moon men anymore, now they're moon people, in her little sandbox. It was real cute. And then she also had, for one of the Dead Dance performances, I guess these girls are in Wednesday, so she's still promoting the fuck out of that show. This is another thing from the House Lab stuff. Very 2013, very art pop. We love it. She is also apparently, allegedly, set to be in the new Devil Wears Prada movie. I don't know who she's playing. She might be playing herself. I don't know how I feel about this sequel, if I'm being honest. The Devil Wears Prada is one of my favorite movies of all time. I have never thought it needed a sequel. I don't know what they're going to do in the sequel. So I am a little apprehensive. But I'm gonna see it. Because I love Devil Wears Prada, and also if Gaga's in it, I'll go see it. But I am a little nervous about that one. Now, something else. So apparently Kanye West has a new documentary. I knew about it at the time, but then I really didn't hear anybody talking about it that much afterward. So maybe people just aren't seeing it because it's Kanye and he's like a Nazi now. But it was in theaters. And I guess there's like archived unseen footage from back in 2009 when Gaga and Kanye were supposed to go on tour together. And then they canceled it. We don't know the exact reasons, but it could maybe have something to do with Kanye being a more controversial figure after the Taylor Swift debacle at the 2009 VMAs. I don't know. Is that a reason to cancel a tour? I'm not sure. I guess it was a big thing. Like, Obama even commented on it at the time. So maybe that is why they canceled it. But they did cancel it, which I think was for the best, especially because we ended up getting the Monster Ball after that in replacement for this tour. But I always have been very curious about what this tour was going to look like. So we do get a little bit of a sneak peek here. Not a sneak peek, but a little bit of a look at what we all missed.
Kanye starts here, right? So he's on one side of the stage, and I'm here on this side of the stage. And I'm trying to get to him, and he's trying to get to me. He's got the fame, and I want the fame, right? So he's in a dark, cultish, tormented, spiritual world that's void of naivete and hope. Kanye starts here.
So I guess we now know that was going to be in the show at some point. So that was a fun little thing that we got. Now, Gaga also did dress up for Halloween recently. This is her as the Garden of Eden. That's what she said, at least. I suppose, yeah, she looks like a garden. She said she's both the garden and the gardener. She's got one of those dolls back there, too. So that was cute. And then she also showed up at this, like, club. And had dancers with her and, like, did a little routine up on this little ledge. So cute. Look at her go. I wish I could play the audio, but I know that will get me claimed. She's doing abracadabra, so. Oh, she looks so good. Then she also did she did a show on Halloween, and I guess before the show they had these, like, spooky little creatures going around the floor. So that's cool. I want to get a better look at that guy. It's very, like, Tim Burton-esque, so I guess that's the vibe she's in. So yeah, that was our Gaga update. She's my queen, I love her so much. Oh, also, her grandmother did pass away, who was in the Joanne documentary. I didn't realize, by the way, so I always knew her 2011 VMA performance, she had this, like, male character, this male alter ego, Joe Calderone. I always thought it was kind of interesting that she chose to name him Joe, because that's the name of her father. I didn't realize that Calderone, I think, is maybe the maiden name of her grandmother. I saw something about, I guess, Calderone is a part of her name somehow, and I didn't realize that. So Joe Calderone is literally just like a full-on reference to her father's side of the family, which makes sense. People in my art pop video, I remember someone getting annoyed with me because I said that Gaga had daddy issues, and they were like, that's so disrespectful. I'm like, well, but first of all, she talks about it constantly. She has been very open about the fact. I mean, she said the words, I have daddy issues. And it's like, there's just so much about her where it's like, yeah, Joe Calderone, that was definitely kind of a stand-in for your father. Don't Call Tonight, I think, is definitely about her father. Speechless, we've all known, was about her father. This looks like a mediocre commercial. Yeah, that's kind of how that era felt, if we're being honest. But her grandma was like 94 or something. So it is sad that she died, but clearly she lived a very full life. So Gaga seems to be doing okay with that. She did acknowledge it during one of the recent shows. But that is sad. Moving on, we have Selena Gomez, who has now gotten married. Yay! Her and Benny Blanco. They seem really cute. I do like them as a couple. People were really shitting on Benny for a while. For what reason, I really don't know. I kept trying to figure out, like, what did Benny Blanco do that pissed everybody off so much? I've heard some people say that he's a Zionist, but I've never seen any evidence of that. Whatever. As far as I know, Benny Blanco has done nothing wrong. He seems nice, and she seems to really love him, and he seems to really love her, so we love that. Now, there was some drama around this. It's stupid. Okie Dokie did make a video about this as well that you guys can watch, but people are making a whole big thing about the fact that Francia, who is, she played Adrian in Secret Life of the American Teenager, but she's also a friend of Selena's, or she was. I don't know the status of their friendship at this point, but she, at one point a while ago, gave Selena a kidney. And there's been so much chit-chat around that ever since. People saying that, like, Selena pressured her into giving her that kidney. That does not seem to be the case. At least that is not what Francia has ever said. She said quite the opposite. And now people are upset that I guess Francia wasn't invited to the wedding. And it's like, because she gave her a kidney that one time, that she's now owed an invitation all these years later. I don't like the idea that you give someone a kidney transactionally, that, like, helping save somebody's life is something that means that they owe you loyalty for the rest of their lives. And Francia has also never said that. She has never given any sort of indication that she's, like, upset that she gave Selena a kidney and then didn't get invited to her wedding. It's so stupid. But whatever. I would love to know how you pressure someone into giving you a kidney. There is stuff with how Francia found out that she was a match, but that wasn't really on Selena. That was more of, like, on the doctor but it doesn't matter. We can watch Okie Dokie's video. She goes through all of it. It's just kind of nonsense drama that people are trying to stir up because they can't allow women to just be happy. Anyway, people are also shitting on Selena for she did some sort of something for Allure, and she went like, thank you, next, in reference to the Ariana Grande song. And then I saw so many tweets being like, oh my god, she can't even stay in key for 3 notes. And it's like, she's just being cute. What the fuck?
Thank you.
Oops, shit.
Next.
It's loud.
Thank you. Next.
It's like, come on. Can we leave her alone for like 2 minutes? I don't know what it is that people just love shitting on Selena Gomez. It's so bizarre. She did also release a new song for... I have it written down. The song is called In the Dark, and it's for Nobody Wants This Season 2. I don't know what that is. I think it's maybe a Netflix show. I've never watched it. I didn't know that it existed. But she did a song for it, and it's a fun little song. I thought it was cute. She also... This isn't really like news necessarily, but it was just a cute moment. She's still in that Only Murders in the Building show with Steve Martin and Martin Short. And so she's still like, I think this is maybe at the Golden Globes or the Emmys or something. And you can see her, because Martin Short is currently dating Meryl Streep. You can see her look over. She sees what Marty is doing on his phone, and then she turns back to Benny. And you could, if you read her lips, she definitely, people love reading Selena Gomez lips. And with the Taylor Swift stuff, I think that was a little iffy. Like, who's to say what she was telling Taylor at the Golden Globes last year? But this, I think this is definitely her saying, Marty's texting Meryl. Just from the look on her face and also her mouth. It's cute. Aww. I saw another tweet, too, that said, like, she could see the text from there because he probably had his, text size up to a degree where she could read it from all the way over there. Because, yeah, old people love... And they have to put the text size higher. Someday it's gonna happen to us. Hopefully, if we make it there. And then apparently, so she's on the new, like, reboot of Wizards of Waverly Place. I think she only does, like, guest spots. She's not on it very much. But I guess she was on the season 2 finale, and they killed her character off? I think there's some indication that she might be coming back for season 3, because they're wizards. So there's magic involved. So she's not necessarily permanently dead. But I did think this was a kind of crazy thing for them to do. Like, she was the main character in the first version of the show. And now she's dead. But she's like going through this portal thing. She'll come back. If they make a season 3, what if it doesn't... Fuck. What if it doesn't get renewed? And Alex Russo is just dead forever. That would suck. There was some other drama with Hailey Bieber. I don't really know. I guess Hailey Bieber said something, because Hailey now has her own beauty brand, and Selena obviously still has Rare, which is doing very, very well. But I guess there was some magazine interview thing that Hailey did where it seemed like she was maybe shading Selena. So then Selena wrote on Instagram, just leave the girl alone. She can say whatever she wants. Doesn't affect my life whatsoever. It's just about relevance, not intelligence. Be kind. All brands inspire me. There is room for everyone. And hopefully we can all stop. And it's like, sometimes we just need to log out. We just don't need to say anything sometimes. But also, sometimes it's hard. Sometimes you get a little triggered. But even when I looked at the quote, when it happened, I remember thinking like, oh, that's a reach for her to even think that was directed at her. So clearly the two of them still have a lot of unresolved issues if they are reading such things into each other's words still. But oh well. Yeah, relevance, not intelligence was shady, for sure. We just gotta put the phone down. But Selena cannot do that. She deleted this story, like, immediately after. But she at least didn't do what she sometimes does, where she announces that she's taking a break from social media and then comes back within 10 hours. But you know what? Relatable. Oh yeah, and there's the Alex Russo thing. Now, our other update, Demi Lovato has released her new album. And the last time we talked, she hadn't even released her album cover yet. But it's incredible. I think it might be the best album cover of the year. She did release one alternative. I'm a little sick of everybody doing alternative covers. Like, just stick to one image, please. But this is still, I mean, what an image. Just so good. The album has also come out. It's good. I like it. I was never like a huge Demi Lovato person, but I like the new album. And I like just in general what she's up to. She seems to be in a good spot. She also released a music video for her. I don't know if she had released. It's possible since the last time we've talked she's released 2 singles. She did Here All Night and then also Kiss. People are especially comparing Kiss to Guess by Charli XCX. Now, I do think that they are certainly similar, and the videos have a kind of similar aesthetic, but the amount that people are trying to act like Demi is copying Charli is getting a little grating. Because first of all, Demi had been doing electronic music like that for a while, even before, not before Charli necessarily, but like the music she's doing now is not that dissimilar to music that she did in like the early 2010s. So that's one thing. I also just think that like Charli is obviously an influential artist and other people are gonna be inspired by her just by like osmosis, just from like her impact in the industry itself. So it's not even necessarily that Demi is copying Charli. It's more that like Charli did something that then had a ripple effect. And I don't know what it is about stan culture where it's like, I mean, I guess I do know is that people love to pit women against each other, but like, what if instead of accusing other artists of copying other artists, what if we maybe just like appreciated the influence that one artist has, you know? We can acknowledge the amount that Charli has influenced the pop sphere without just immediately being like, oh my god, Demi's just trying to do Brat. It's not even that similar. Like, I do think that there are similarities, but ultimately, like, first of all, Charli is sampling a song in Guess, so it's not even like Guess is fully original. But then also, it doesn't have the same kind of like Demi's music has more polish than Brat did. Brat is a little bit more kind of like rough, kind of DIY sounding, more like hyperpop, like what you consider to be hyperpop, whereas Demi is more like 2010s club electronic music. They are different. And also, who cares? They're both making good music. Just fucking shut up. Ugh. People are saying Lily Allen copied Charli with the recent album. Really? I didn't listen to the new Lily Allen album yet, but I can't imagine it being that similar to Charli. Demi also did a Roku. She did a concert live from Roku City. It was cute. I like when celebrities do these like pre-recorded performances where they do like multiple takes and then they edit them together so that it, you know, you get like the best take for the full performance. But I would love like an actual live performance. I hope we get one of those. Maybe, you know, like New Year's Eve is coming up too, where I wonder what girlies are going to be doing New Year's Eve performances. Because at this point, I just feel like no one's doing the like morning show, late night show circuit like they used to. So we're just not getting as many actual live performances as we once did, which is a bummer, especially when the concert tickets are so insane that like I would love to see live music in some other forums, but it is what it is. She also apparently is a producer on the new Camp Rock movie. There's a Camp Rock 3 coming out. I will not be watching that, but good for her. She is touring. Now, her tickets actually are fairly affordable, and she is coming to Detroit, so thank you, Demi. So I might get tickets to go see that, because I did like the album. And then also, for Halloween, she dressed as Poot. It's cute. And then she posted this video. So that's cute, because the whole thing about Poot was that she was like Demi Lovato's sister or something that got trapped in a basement. So it's funny, and especially with Demi not appreciating Poot when it was first circulating to the way that she's embraced it now, you love to see it. You love to see that kind of full circle thing where she can now laugh at things that she used to find offensive. Now, speaking of Charli XCX, she did a performance recently with Addison Rae, who we have yet to add to the... Oh, shit. We have yet to add Addison officially to the list, but she will be on there. Their performance was cute. Now, there was something, this is unrelated to that, but there was a little bit of a controversy with Charli. I don't know how much people really cared, or if it was... I don't think anyone really cared. Oh my god, I can't even post. I can't even show you. I literally made these notes the other day, and this it's from an account that no longer exists. Fuck. God damn it. But people, I guess, were upset, or they acted like they were upset about, Charli was at a restaurant and had like a plate of spaghetti and was like taking it with her hands. And then the tweet was like, oh my god, she's making a mess for the minimum wage workers to clean up. And the restaurant she was in doesn't look like a restaurant that's hiring minimum wage workers, for one thing. But also, like, it's just so annoying. Everyone is just so annoying all the time. Can't we just let a bitch play with her food? Can't we let a bitch be kind of gross for like a second? She did have a second wedding in, I don't know where it was, but she had a second wedding. Rich people love doing stuff like that. And then also, she's got like a whole bunch of movie stuff lined up, including the Wuthering Heights soundtrack, which I guess people are already upset about the Wuthering Heights movie. Everyone's upset about everything. I will probably enjoy it. It'll probably be trash, and I'll probably love it. But I'm excited because she's doing like the score for it. So that'll be cute. Because like Bottoms, she did the music for Bottoms, and Bottoms is incredible. Now the other big thing, this is from her VMA performance, or not VMA, her SNL performance last year, but this song has now kind of regained some relevance because of a certain thing that we will be talking about in a second. God damn it, I keep clicking the wrong shit. A certain thing we'll be talking about in a little bit. She's in a bit of a feud, kind of. We'll see. We'll see if she responds to any of this. But Taylor Swift did write a song about her in her new album. And we'll talk about that more in a second, but I do think that it is interesting for how it has kind of revitalized Brat a little bit, especially that song, Sympathy is a Knife, which is an incredible song. But the discourse around this is very funny. So, this is Hassan Minhaj. I guess, I don't know, he has a podcast or something? I don't know what he's doing. But he had Prince Harry on, and this is how he chose to open the interview.
This one's heavy, Harry.
Because the other ones haven't been.
What do you think of this Charli XCX Taylor Swift beef?
The what? Oh, no.
No, this is serious, because was Charli's diss track even a diss track? I mean, to me, Sympathy is a Knife was about something completely different. But then Taylor comes back and I think escalates it with the actually romantic thing. And I'm kind of thinking to myself, is this fair? Or did Charli draw blood and Taylor had to respond? Sometimes I just think, where do we go from here, you know?
Well,
Prince Harry, the Duke of...
So that's fun, the way that Taylor's just sort of brought Brat back into the conversation. Though I guess it never really left because of the amount that people are now comparing Demi Lovato's new album to Brat. But she's still kind of that girl. That's why she was the pop girly of 2025. Oh, also, speaking of that as well. So, apparently, a true centrist, Luigi Mangione, listens to Taylor Swift and Charli XCX in his jail cell. So maybe he really will bring world peace. I love that photo of him too. Not that I want to give TMZ any credit, but it is a funny edit. So, shout out to Luigi. Hope you're doing well. Now, it's hard to say whether or not Charli will be responding. Generally, when pop girlies, when they have these musical feuds, they don't really go back and forth the way that, like, rappers often do. But Charli is kind of a rapper. I mean, she raps in her music. So maybe we'll get something, because this was posted a little bit after the Taylor album came out with the song that is a response to Sympathy is a Knife. And it is Charli in a music studio working on something. Here, I'll play the audio. So maybe that was a response. I mean, the timing definitely got people thinking that she was making a response to Actually Romantic. It could also be anything else. It could be something for the Wuthering Heights movie. It could be something for anything else. Who's to say? She's very busy, working on many things. But I would love a response. I would love a back and forth. Because I just, I love a good musical feud. And we, again, like, pop stars, if they make one shot, they make one shot, and then they'll, like, maybe respond, like, Katy Perry did respond to Bad Blood eventually, but it wasn't in a way where it was, like, an instant response. And who's to say if this is a response, who's to say when it'll come out? But I would really love it if people did just start leaning into, like, just make a new song and just put it onto, like, Spotify or something as a response. Let's get a real back and forth going. I want them to be like Kendrick and Drake and just like everyone, just like song after song after song until one of them releases the song. Though Sympathy is a Knife is already kind of the song. It's so good. But maybe this song will be even better. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see if she ever actually responds. she did then, and maybe this is kind of a response. I mean, not really. So Role Model, who I did not know who Role Model was until he has the song Sally that I guess he brings a girl up onto the stage with him when he performs it. I didn't know anything about this until he brought up Hilary Duff at one of his like festival shows or something. So that was my first introduction to Sally. And then I found out that he was doing it with other people too. Like I think he's done Olivia Rodrigo. He's done a lot of different people. People you would, that just seem very random of like, I didn't even know who this Role Model person was. And then now he's got all these girls on his live shows. I mean, good for him. And the song is cute. I don't know any of his other songs, but the song is cute. It's a little bop. He brought out Charli during his SNL performance. Charli did wear this Kansas City shirt, which I know he had worn either earlier in the night or during his promos or something. So it is most likely Charli just wearing it because it was his shirt, but it does also, it is a little ironic since this was like right after the Taylor album came out. And it does say Kansas City, and Travis Kelce does play for the Kansas City Chiefs. So maybe that is an extra layer here. I don't know. But it was fun. It was fun to see her. And I don't know. I put Role Model on the list because of this whole Sally thing. So I have seen that pop up on my timeline a few times now. So he's definitely gaining some traction. But again, I do not know who he is. I don't know. Do we like him? Does anyone know Role Model? He does a great show. He sold out my venue a few years ago, and he was really sweet when I met him. Yeah, he seems like a nice little guy. Little guy. But I think, I don't know how much it says really, but the clips I've seen of him bringing the women out, he does just seem to like have fun with them, and it seems very respectful. He's not like objectifying them in any way. It's like he brings his Sally out, they dance, it's cute. He's got a good vibe. He used to date Emma Chamberlain? Oh, I might have looked that up at some point, because I think I looked up who he was, and I think I maybe did see that he dated Emma Chamberlain. What Somber should be. Yeah, he seems like a little bit more country-ish, though. Or at least that Sally song is. But yeah, he is, I was like, what if we just put all the, like, men of the year into, like, one category? Because they are very similar, at least in, like, aesthetic. Most of them. Not all of them. Like, Bad Bunny obviously can have his own category, because Bad Bunny is Bad Bunny. But I'm like, Somber, Role Model, it all does kind of feel like one dude. They're all kind of like, I've heard people say that there's like a gradient of like Harry Styles to Maddie Healy that all these men are on. And I think there's maybe some truth to that. I would love a men's bracket. Yeah, we could do a separate men's bracket. The 4 men who are making music at the moment. I know. And they're not, like, untalented. They just kind of, there's nothing. The thing is that women just have to do so much more to, like, stand out from one another. We're, like, again, like, Demi Lovato, her new song, her new album, not similar to Pratt that much. Like, they're very different albums. But because they're both, like, electronic, people are like, oh my god, she's copying Charli. You have to be so unique as a female artist to, like, get recognition. Whereas men, they're able to just all kind of blend together because no one really cares. There's no, they just get to where they are. And that's fine. Because like, I do think like this Role Model kid is cute. And Somber, it seems like an obnoxious person, but his VMA performance was good. So like, he is talented. I don't want to knock them. It's interesting to notice the double standard of what men can get away with that women cannot. And then also Rae Jepsen. She has now released the 10th anniversary of Emotion, which it has a few more songs, maybe like 5 more songs. They're all great. She is just like magic, especially like when you think about the fact that there was Emotion. Emotion's a great album. Then she did the Emotion B-sides, also all great songs. And now she's got the 10th anniversary edition with 5 more songs, and they're also so good. Like, there's no real duds. It's not like usually when people do these like bonus editions and like 10th anniversary stuff, it's like obviously stuff that it got cut for a reason, you know? It's stuff that like maybe she was working on at the time, but then didn't make it to the album because it wasn't that good. But no, every time she releases these bonus tracks, it's like, oh yeah, those all could have gone on the album. Thank you, Carly. We really do appreciate you. Now, she also got married this year. She looks real cute. I really did like her wedding dress, and I only included this one photo, but all the photos were so cute. Her husband he's a music producer. He worked with her on So Right, which I love that song. And I love that she's marrying a music producer, because that makes me think that maybe, I mean, not even maybe, she's always just, she's got a good output. She's pretty consistently releasing music. So I have no worries about Rae Jepsen giving us like a huge gap between albums. She seems pretty productive in that sense. But, you know, maybe she will slow down a little bit because, as has been mentioned in the chat earlier, she has announced today that she is pregnant. Congratulations, Carly, and your hubby. I don't know much about that man, but she seems to like him, so I like him as well. And again, I like that he's a music producer. And this is something, so there was a theme today for the girls we decided to do our updates for versus all the other girls that we'll have to do updates for tomorrow. I decided to do girls who got engaged or married this year. Because we've talked about it a few times throughout the year, that like it really does make a difference with these women when they get into loving relationships where they feel supported by their partners, that they shine, you know? Like Gaga with Michael. She is releasing some of the best music of her career, some of the best work of her career, I think the best tour of her career, which is crazy because The Fame Monster was incredible. Born This Way Ball was incredible. Chromatica Ball was also incredible. So it's crazy that she's still able to outdo herself, but she has a partner now who is so supportive of her and who also seems to be like a collaborator in her shit with her. Same thing with Selena Gomez and Benny Blanco. They literally released an album together this year. And it's not necessarily my favorite Selena Gomez album, but it is cute. And especially with Selena, I think it was pretty touch and go there for a minute as far as whether or not she was ever going to make another album, if she was ever going to like get back into music. Who's to say? Now she is. Now she's not only released that album with Benny, she's releasing a single for this new show. She's got a supportive partner. We love to see it. Demi Lovato, also married to a songwriter, or he maybe is in a band or something. I'm not quite sure. She also, I didn't include that. I did put it in my notes, but I was like, I'm gonna just take that out because it's just too much of a bummer. But Demi's her ex-fiance got into, I think he was arrested recently. He was on like an Instagram live and like kind of assaulted his mother on the live. And he's always been a weirdo. After him and Demi broke up, he did a bunch of weird stuff regarding her. So we're very thankful that Demi is not with that man anymore. Because especially it's like if you're doing that shit to your own mother on a live where people can see what you're doing, what was that relationship like privately? I shudder to think. But we're glad that Demi is now with someone who seems to make her very happy. She talks in interviews about how much being in a loving relationship has been helpful, like life-changing for her outlook and her, you know, just her general her life and also her work, you know? It really does make a difference. And with Rae Jepsen as well. I mean, she's always released great music, so she's been very consistent, but like for her to release a song with her now husband, that was so fucking good. And it's like he's in the industry too, so they come from the same world. You know, I love it. I'm so glad that these women have partners that they can navigate their careers with instead of, you know, trying to they still do have to balance their personal lives and professional lives, but especially for women in the industry, when men tend to sometimes get a little bit spooked by successful women. A lot of women in the industry struggle to find a partner that is so supportive of them and that wants to even take an active part in their careers to show that support. So I think it is generally a very positive thing. Unfortunately, when it comes to supportive partners producing really great work or inspiring really great work for their pop star fiancés or girlfriends or wives, sometimes, you know, there's an exception to every rule. So, let's talk about what's going on with Taylor Swift right now. So her and Travis are engaged, and we do love that. They do seem to be very happy. She seems happy. He seems happy. Let's hold on to that. They're happy, and we love that for them. Now, they got engaged, I guess what the streets are saying, and what I think they have said, it was right after that podcast that they did, that she did the episode of his podcast, New Heights. I guess while they were doing the podcast, he had someone go into the backyard and like set all this up to like surprise her. And then they filmed it, they recorded it, and then they went into the backyard and then he proposed. And in it's very funny because in one of the photos, not this one, but in one of the photos she posted, you can see in her hair the indent from the headphones she had been wearing during the podcast. So I believe them when they say that they filmed that the same day. It's very funny. But then she posted this with a caption: "Your English teacher and your gym teacher are getting married." Very much leaning into the parasocial aspects of her fan base, the attention that she receives, the attention that this relationship receives, which is fine. It's a little cringy, for sure. Especially, like, whatever. It's fine. I don't know what what does this mean? What's the emoji for? And this is also where, on the podcast, she said something about, like, I will never drop Easter eggs regarding my personal life. It's only ever going to be for my work. And I'm like, I don't really believe you. Like, I feel like you do kind of drop Easter eggs regarding your personal life. And maybe this is not an Easter egg, but this does feel like, what does that mean? Oh, TNT? Okay, I get it. Travis and Taylor. That's cute, actually. Love that. But yeah, I mean... And then she's got the So High School as the song. Kill It Trav. The fact that she's engaged to a guy whose Instagram handle is Kill It Trav is so funny. Oh. but I'm glad that they're together. And here's the thing too. This is the most public she's ever been with a boyfriend, and she's never been like super private. She was mostly private with Joe Alwyn, but it seemed more like that was his thing, that he didn't want to be a super public person. Like, he didn't want to be known for his relationship, which is fine. Obviously, that's his choice. It does seem like she maybe enjoyed that at the time, because that was like the Reputation era. She was in a lot of controversy. She maybe kind of wanted to hide out from the press anyway. But it does seem like that just wasn't a good match for her in general, because she is such a public figure. And Taylor Swift likes being a celebrity. She loves being a celebrity. And so I think for her to be with someone who wasn't as interested in that part of her life, it just was never gonna work out. So now that she's with Travis, she's with someone who loves being a celebrity just like her. And they can do it together. She can be on his podcast. He can come up onto the stage and do whatever it is that he did during that Tortured Poet set. So I think this is good, you know? I think she probably has always wanted to be a part of like a power couple in some sense, just because if you're such a public figure, it gets hard to not have a partner who is down to do that with you. So that's cool. Now, here's where stuff gets like just kind of weird, and I wouldn't say dystopian, that's maybe hyperbolic, but where it starts to just feel very odd. So there was a big outpouring of celebration for this engagement. Some of it makes total sense, like other musicians, other people in the industry shouting her out. This is Lil Wayne. That is kind of funny, because I guess this was in Kansas City, so that makes sense. But I'm like, what association does Lil Wayne have with either Travis or Taylor where he needs to say anything? Because he specifically says, Travis and my girl, you already know Taylor. Are they friends? I didn't know that. I don't know much about Lil Wayne. I mean, that's kind of cute that she's besties. Not besties, but they're close enough where he's like my girl. That's nice. So that one made sense. Donald Trump commented on it. And now this is very weird. Not only because it's the president of the United States commenting on a celebrity's engagement. Not that it's the first time a president has spoken about Taylor Swift. I mean, as we mentioned earlier, Obama weighed in on the VMA performance or scandal thing with Kanye. But Donald Trump he was asked this during like a press thing about how he feels about them being engaged. And he said, I wish them a lot of luck. I think he's a great player, a great guy. I think she's a terrific person. Earlier this year, he was celebrating the fact that she had gotten booed at one of, I think at the Super Bowl when she was on the like big screen. I think you can take this like one of two ways. One, there's a lot of discourse around like Taylor making a more kind of right-wing pivot. I think a lot of that is kind of exaggerated, but for sure, like her public persona at this point is a little bit more MAGA coded. Whether that's her doing it intentionally or that's just an outcome of happenstance, who's to say? But there's that way of like maybe compared to the beginning of the year, Donald Trump now views Taylor Swift as a celebrity that he feels more aligned with. That's a possibility. Or he's just fucking senile and he's our president. Both options are not great. Both options do not make me feel good. Like last year, didn't he tweet in like all caps, I hate Taylor Swift? And now he's saying, I think she's a terrific person. Very odd. But all right, they've officially gotten the Trump approval. Yeah, Biden was definitely senile. They're all senile. And including so many people that are currently in Congress. Like, this is a bad country. Anyway, Spotify tweeted about it. That one also makes sense. Music platform. She's a musical artist. So, okay. Apple Music then dedicated the like front page of the platform to Taylor. Not dedicated the whole thing, but they had a thing on the homepage that said celebrate Taylor's very own love story with 35 of her most romantic and hopeful songs, which does, this one is, I feel mixed about, because it's like cute for, it's cute, and it makes sense that like Apple Music and Spotify, their musical platforms, she's a musical artist, but it does just seem a little bit weird of like, I don't know, her musical output being so now tied with her status as Travis Kelce's fiance. I don't know. Then we have Barbecue Chiefs. So that, I guess, I don't know what that really is. I'm assuming it's related to the Chiefs. What the barbecue, like they have their own barbecue line or restaurant, or what does that mean? What is a barbecue chief? I don't know. But okay, again, makes sense. He's on the Kansas City Chiefs. This is the barbecue Chiefs, whatever that means. What is the little cal sheet? I don't know what is this little icon up here? What does that mean? The NHL, which it's sports related, I guess. Different sport, but it is a sport. So, okay, they're celebrating too. Vulture, okay, sure, just a random pop culture news outlet, fine. I did like, they said that Travis, is that what we're calling them? Travis? Engagement photo kind of giving this. Not really. But thanks. Okay, sure. And then we have the city of Cleveland. Okay. He's from Ohio. Maybe he's from Cleveland specifically. But all right. That's where he's from. So they're now celebrating too. Then we have Betches. I think that's like a gossip outlet thing. And then it's Selena and Taylor planning their weddings this year. So leaning into the girl fighting aspect of it, I suppose. A little weird, but okay. Shrek. All right. There's a new Shrek coming out at some point. So, okay. There's a relationship in that. There's a marriage in that. Fiona and Shrek, they are in love. Then we have Sonic the Hedgehog. I don't know. It says that I think I found the 4th Chaos Emerald. I don't know what that means. I'm assuming that's something that you would know if you know a lot about Sonic the Hedgehog. So maybe they're just taking an opportunity to make a reference to their own property. Okay, cool. Then it starts getting even weirder. Buffalo Wild Wings? It's a lot of food stuff, for one thing. Like, every sort of food company is really, some of them are making a joke about, like, they'll cater the wedding. None of them are going to get to cater the wedding, but they're all jumping on the opportunity to just advertise themselves with this announcement. Wingstop. So 2 wing things right in a row. DoorDash, which they just wrote she's engaged. They didn't even like specifically, and that one said he put a wing on it. And it's the like kind of creepy thing here is like none of them are even specifically mentioning Taylor or Travis, but because they did it on that day, everyone just knew what they were talking about. That's how much this news was dominating social media and just pop culture in general. Wingstop, DoorDash, Chili's Grill and Bar, Krispy Kreme. And this one, they specifically said they were giving out free glazed donuts in honor of their engagement. Arizona iced tea. Well, I guess I won't announce my engagement today. Starbucks. I did get a pumpkin spice latte that day, though. I haven't gone to Starbucks in a very, very long time because I used to work there and I hate that company. But it did feel appropriate of like, well, pumpkin spice just launched today and Taylor Swift is engaged. I am a white woman. I know what I must do. Auntie Anne's, the pretzel company. Wendy's. Can't believe we got Travis Swift before GTA 6. I am looking forward to GTA 6, actually. Pillsbury? They said, I present the happy couple with a congratulatory bouquet. Bud Light. Panera. She said yeast. This is where I started to get really kind of weirded out because they're now selling merch. Thinking about bread 100% of the time, because she said something on the podcast about how much she loves making bread. If you're a loafer for life, grab the Loaf Story meal or In My Sourdough Era crew neck for $13.87. This is where I'm like, okay, knowing how litigious she has been in the past about like just Etsy shops selling knockoff Taylor Swift merch, I kind of find it hard to believe that Panera would make merch for the engagement without having some sort of approval from Team Taylor. And they put it all together so fast. I mean, maybe they just have that quick of a social media team or something. But I kind of wonder if there's maybe some sponsorship deal, or not sponsorship, but like licensing things happening behind the scenes where Taylor okayed this being released. And that's a little weird. I don't know for sure that that's what's happening, but I don't know why a company like Panera Bread would release something like this if they didn't have approval. So that's weird. Same thing with Olipop. They put out a thing that said your English teacher and your gym teacher. First of all, these beverages are disgusting. They're so gross. I've had one before. Never again. And the fact too that one also, it's $13.87 and this one it cost $13.87. Like it's so similar that I feel like there's maybe some stuff happening behind the scenes that someone is approving this. Poppy as well. I don't know, is Poppy and Olipop, are they the same company? I mean, they're doing gym teacher and English teacher, so I feel like they must be. And they're specifically referencing the lyrics of her songs. That's like an instant lawsuit unless she approved it. That's weird. And then I also do want, because this was kind of funny. This is TMZ finding out about her engagement.
And to,
It feels like he's still
and to talk
processing.
about it was terrifying, and it feels so vague.
What happened? What?
Taylor Swift's engaged.
Right. Okay. Okay.
Oh my God.
Says your English teacher and gym teacher are getting married.
Oh my God.
All right, so yeah, let's.
Okay, we're gonna.
Sorry, Nas.
We're gonna shift gears here. So. Oh, okay, wait a minute.
This is everything that we've ever wanted. Look at the ring.
It's everything that
Okay,
we've
wait,
ever
wait,
wanted. You're
guys,
not getting married.
guys,
Why are you?
Where did this come out? Who said what?
So Taylor.
On her
So here's what happened.
Instagram, and she
Can
wrote
we-
your English teacher and
Daniela, can you?
Alyssa's
Hold on.
writing it. Alyssa's writing.
All right.
Swifties, calm down.
Well, hold on. Just listen to me for a second. I want one paragraph in 2 minutes
Just
and
put
get it up on the
photo
site.
in. What is the photo show?
You know what?
No, but I mean, what is the photo show?
Hey guys, let me in this post.
if you scroll, there's
Let me in real quick.
ring.
We want to get this up quick.
Just very, very funny. Especially, she said, this is all I've ever wanted.
Oh my God.
All right, so yeah, let's.
Okay, we're gonna.
Sorry, Nas.
We're gonna shift gears here. So. Oh, okay, wait a minute.
This is everything that we've ever wanted.
This is everything that we've ever wanted. I think it's fine for people to be excited for her, because, like, yeah, parasocial relationships or whatever, but parasocial relationships are, like, fine. Like, it's just people kind of having empathy for each other and being happy for other people when other people are happy. I think that that's fine. To say this is everything we've ever wanted is kind of insane, especially because it's like, of everything that you've ever wanted. I get people getting really, really emotional about her, like, her getting her master's back and stuff, because that if you're connected to Taylor Swift, you're connected to her through her work. And so it is, like, a big deal that she now gets to own her work in a way that she was maybe not going to be able to, it seemed. So, like, that, I'm like, okay, yeah, that's a kind of, this is everything we've ever wanted thing. But I just can't imagine being so invested in my favorite pop star's, like, engagement. I don't know. I think it's good to be happy for people. And, you know, I'm very happy for Gaga that she's found somebody that is very supportive of her, but I would never say that Gaga being engaged is everything I've ever wanted. I want her to be a pop star. I want her to make music. And I want her to be happy too in her relationship. But it's just not, like, it's not a number one priority of mine, you know? But good for them. I'm glad that they're happy. It's good to be happy. Now, moving on to the album, in the lead up for it. So this was already a very big deal. Target announced they were going to open 500 stores at midnight to sell the album. People generally don't do that anymore. They don't do big midnight releases like they used to. So this is a very cool thing, because it is like a community kind of thing. It's like everyone goes to the store to get their copy. It's at midnight. Like, it's fun. It's fun. We like that. This is the list of people. This is all the people that put out new music the week before, because, oh fuck, no, stop, because you can't really look at all that. It's like, once her album's out, you're all fucked. She's gonna dominate the charts. You gotta get in early, and, like, that is an insane amount of power that, like, just you putting out an album forces so many of your peers to have to move their own release schedules around to accommodate your album. That is not something that most people have. I mean, look at all those. I think Victoria Justice released the same day as Taylor. She was the one person brave enough to do it. So good for her. Now, the album came out. She had been hyping it up like it was about to be her best fucking album. And we can go back and look at what I said when she announced this on the podcast. I was super hyped for it. I was like, I think this will be her best album. The way that she was describing it, it was like, she said that it would have like the lyricism of folklore with the infectious melodies of like 1989. She was working with Max Martin and Shellback again. It was a 12-track album, which one of the big problems with Taylor and her output is that she has a tendency to kind of overwrite and release albums with just too many songs, and sometimes also songs that maybe should have gone through a few more drafts. But she was very, very clear about she wanted to make something that was really tight, where she had totally trimmed the fat. There were 12 songs, and they were all the songs that she wanted, like, that had to go on the album. Nothing could be left out. That, none of the songs on the album could have been left out. They all needed to be there. And she also was talking about how it was going to be about, like, her time on tour, and she wanted it to sound like the Eras tour to some degree, like how she felt during that time in her life. And, you know, she talked a big game, and I was very excited. I was like, this is going to be her best album. I am so excited for this to come out. I'm hungry for the album. Thank God for her that she decided to release it after the deadline for the Grammy nominations, because I was a little worried about, you know, Taylor and Gaga going up against each other for Album of the Year at the Grammys, because I would really love it if Gaga won. But she released it after that cutoff, and I was like, thank God, because this might be Album of the Year. This might be the best album of the year. Maybe it'll be better than Mayhem. Who's to say? I was stoked. And suddenly I feel like a fool in my headdress. This is Swiftologist. Now, I do think that this is a very funny reaction, which is why I included it. I do want to say, though, I would not personally encourage anyone to watch his commentary, just because he's in a bit of a controversy right now, a controversy he created. We talked about it last night during the members stream, so I'm not going to go into all the details right now, but I'm just going to say that I do not support creators who threaten bullshit lawsuits against other creators for criticizing them. Not my bag. So, fuck Swiftologist. But that is a very funny image. And that is very much how I felt. I was not wearing a headdress at the moment, but I felt like a fool in my metaphorical headdress. So, let's talk about the album. This is how the album feels to me. This is even being a little generous. But I don't think it's a terrible album in terms of, like, song by song. Like, there are some songs that I think are good. The beginning songs are pretty good. And then it just kind of goes downhill from there. So, we're going to take this track by track. This is also, when you put the songs into, like, center formatting in order, they appear to form the Eras Tour stage, which she's insane. I think that that would be a very, very funny thing and like a cool thing, like cool little Easter egg if it were a better album. But given the circumstances, I do think that like maybe we should cool it on the Easter eggs for a second. Maybe we should focus on making the music better. Maybe we don't need to be thinking about how the track list is going to look when you put it in a certain format. Because there's no way this was an accident, knowing her. There's just no way. Yeah, if the album had been about her experience in the Eras Tour backstage, yeah, that's part of it too. Is like, I get it being Eras Tour themed because you said that it was about your life on the Eras Tour. But that's not what the album is about. At all. You lied. You lied to us. Thanks for becoming a member. Did you become a member so that you could go watch me talk about the Swiftologist drama? That's fine. Okay, so let's go through this track by track. So Fate of Ophelia is fine. Fate of Ophelia is, I definitely think it's the closest to what she had said in terms of like folklore lyricism with catchy melodies. This is kind of the most that. I would say that I don't think the lyricism is as strong as most of the songs on Folklore or Evermore, nor do I think that the melody is as catchy as anything on 1989, but for sure, this is the closest that we get to what she said. And this is also where, like, so at the time, I don't know if the album leaked early. I know that a lot of the lyrics did because the, like, booklet did. But I don't know if the actual music ever leaked or if it was just, like, because it got released probably in, like, you know, the Oceania region, like, 12 hours earlier than it did anywhere else. So maybe that was why a whole bunch of people had heard it. But by the time, before it hit midnight that day, I had already seen a lot of discourse on Twitter about the album. And I knew that a lot of people weren't loving it. So I had kind of, like, braced myself going in. Oh yeah, it did leak in full a day early, yeah. I didn't look at the leaks, but I knew that other people had heard the album, and I knew that people weren't super into it. So I had kind of lowered my expectations a little bit from originally thinking, like, this'll be her best album, to being like, okay, maybe this'll be, like, it's just an album, and maybe I'll enjoy it once I've, like, lowered my expectations. So I had already kind of understood that this wasn't going to be the masterpiece that I was hoping for. But I think the first track is, I was like, okay, actually, like, this is maybe not, like, her best work, but this is good. It's catchy. It's, I think the lyrics do sound fine, like, phonetically. They sound good. And some people have had some issues with, like, some people don't like the keep it 100 on the land, the see the sky, pledge allegiance to your hands, your team, your vibes. They don't like the, like, keep it 100 thing in the song, or the vibes thing. They don't feel like it fits. I kind of like it. I like those lyrics because it, to me, feels very similar to, like, what Lana Del Rey does, which I like, which is kind of blending the more kind of classically poetic language with stuff that's more modern. I think it's fine, and I think that it just, when you hear it, when she sings it, it's like, yeah, it like flows. It flows perfectly fine. So I'm fine with all that. And I also, yeah, it's fine. The song is fine. The part where it gets a little bit like, is just the general metaphor here, the allegory that it's making. Ophelia is a character in Hamlet who dies like drowning herself because she was kind of driven mad by Hamlet and by like life. So what the song is like about, I guess, Travis Kelce, and Taylor is comparing herself to Ophelia in that she has been sort of driven insane by previous lovers and life again. But then Travis came and saved her. He saved her from the fate of Ophelia. It's very hard to say what she's actually even trying to do. Like, I'm assuming that Travis is playing just a different made-up character now. He's not a part of the original Hamlet cast. It's possible that he is Hamlet, but she's just trying to change the ending where, like, Hamlet didn't drive Ophelia into insanity. I don't know. I don't know what she's trying to do with the Travis element of it here. But it's like, for one thing, all that time I sat alone in my tower. What tower? What are we talking about? Ophelia didn't have a tower? And I also don't even understand here, you dug me out of my grave and saved my heart from the fate of Ophelia. But it's like, so even in the fiction of this story, you died and were buried and then brought back to life? I thought he saved you from the fate of Ophelia, but it almost sounds like you did die. And now you've been resurrected. That's a little different from just not drowning yourself and not dying. I don't know what she's saying there. But then also, in the second verse, I think you can maybe make the argument that it's like, oh, she isn't Ophelia, so maybe her sitting in a tower, it has nothing to do with Hamlet. It's just a separate tower. And she's just a different character in this story who's been saved from the fate of Ophelia, but she isn't it's itself Ophelia. Okay, cool. So I don't need to see the tower is like a part of the Hamlet story. But then she also says in the second verse, the eldest daughter of a nobleman. When is it established that Ophelia is the eldest daughter? I don't think that's a part of the story. You're just making new things up. But then also this whole thing too about like, I'm like Ophelia if her entire life was completely different and it ended differently. It's like, what is the point of this? It doesn't feel connected to the story of Hamlet at all. It doesn't feel connected to the character of Ophelia at all. It just feels like she just liked the name Ophelia and she just wanted to use it, which it is. I mean, that is kind of what she said. She didn't say it like that. She didn't say it so bluntly, but I saw the theater thing she did where she was like explaining the meanings behind the songs and talking about writing them. And she said she has like a note. She has like a page in her notes app on her phone of just her writing down like words and phrases and stuff that she thinks sounds good. And when she's writing, she sometimes will go through and look at those to see if there's anything that she thinks could work in her song. And she was scrolling through and she saw the fate of Ophelia. And she was like, oh, that sounds great. And then she wrote the song. So it's like, so you literally just you just thought that it sounded good, but you weren't really even thinking that much about the meaning of what Ophelia could represent in the song. You kind of are. Like, you found a way to shoehorn it in of like, you know how Ophelia died? I'm like her, except that didn't happen. So it's like, you can do that for anything. Why? It is a good song, though. It sounds good. It is, though. It sounds good, but I do think that there's not a whole lot to it in terms of the production or anything. And also the bridge, I don't think there's really any good bridges on the album. I mean, there's decent bridges, but she's so known for her bridges that there was nothing that really stood out to me as like a Taylor Swift bridge, which is a shame. But you know, the song is fine. I just don't think that, like, I've listened to it a lot at this point. It's probably the song I've listened to the most from the album, and now I'm just kind of like over it. I don't think it has as much like replayability as some of her other songs. I think it wears out fairly quickly. But in the moment, I thought it was fine. And especially listening to it like the first night, I was like, okay, not like her best song, but definitely like, this is a good opener. This is a good first track. I don't hate this. And then we go to Elizabeth Taylor. Another good song. This one I think makes way more sense in terms of the allegory here. God damn, these ads are just fucking crazy. It is about Elizabeth Taylor, and this makes sense to me because she's always had a thing for Elizabeth Taylor. She's always felt very connected to Elizabeth Taylor as like an icon, as a figure. She's referenced Elizabeth Taylor in multiple songs. She seems very interested in Elizabeth Taylor. So this makes sense to me that she could nail this song in relation to its meaning in a way that she could not for Fate of Ophelia, because I don't think she cares that much about Hamlet, but she cares about Elizabeth Taylor. So this one, I think that this one is fine, and this one is one of the ones too that makes the most sense to me about Girl Get an Ad Blocker. I can't. So I had an ad blocker. The problem is that when I'm streaming, every not this one probably would have been fine. But so many websites that I go onto now will have like the pop-up thing that's like you need to turn your ad blocker off to look at this. And I just got so sick of having to turn it off all the time that I was like, I'm just gonna do. I have an ad blocker on my normal browser, but I'm logged into a different account for streaming. So I need to find an ad blocker that like can get past those like little pop-ups that websites have now, because they're just so annoying. And the thing is like I wouldn't even need an ad blocker, and I wouldn't need to turn my ad blocker off if all of your ads weren't so fucking intrusive. If it was just like one little ad on the side like that, or even a few ads on the side or at the bottom, that's whatever. It's the fact that it's all these big banner ads, and then they refresh, and sometimes they make the entire page refresh. I'm just so sick of the internet. I'm so sick of what the internet has become. Anyway. And the way that they refresh too. Whatever. But so this is one of the songs that makes the most sense to me as far as what we were told the maybe I should start maybe using Firefox for streams, because I do think I want to use a separate browser for streams. So maybe I'll download Firefox. Fuck. Did you just see that? It just popped up for like a second and then it went away. I'm so sick of everything. But so what she said about the album is that it's about like her, I mean, the name is Life of a Showgirl. The Life of a Showgirl. I think she should have dropped the, but she didn't ask me. But it's Life of a Showgirl. And she said all that stuff about how it's about her life while on the Eras tour, backstage, and it's about, you know, being a showgirl, being a performer, being a celebrity. And this is one of the songs where that feels the most appropriate, because the song is essentially about how she is so successful in her career and she's rich and famous, but she doesn't feel like she has a partner to be with her through all of it, which makes sense for Elizabeth Taylor in terms of Elizabeth Taylor was like married and divorced so many different times, so she didn't have a stable partner throughout her entire career. So I get it. I think the metaphor makes sense. I think it's like maybe kind of still about Travis, because it's like, I can't have fun if I can't have you. I don't know, but it also could just be more general of like, I have been so successful and I need a partner to be with me through all of it. So this one works fine for me. Again, production wise, I don't think it's that special, but it is fine. I like it. I like the like drop when she gets to the chorus, the I'd cry my eyes, but it sounds good. It's got a good like structure to it. So at this point, when I'm listening to the album for the first time, I'm like, okay. This is fine. Everyone was so dramatic on Twitter. This album is fine. I'd cry my eyes violet is like, not sure what that means. Elizabeth Taylor very famously has violet eyes, so she's just saying she's like Elizabeth Taylor, that she's crying until her eyes are violet like Elizabeth Taylor. I like that line. I'd cry my eyes violet, Elizabeth Taylor. And then I also do like, she has some little sneaky lyrics in here too. I think it's in the second. Oh my God. So many ads. I would trade the Cartier for someone to trust. Just kidding. That's cute. That's funny. No, I did not listen to the acoustic piano version she dropped. I don't listen to any of the variants. Any of the stuff from the variants. But maybe I will, if that one is good. Then we have Opalite. Again, cute little song. It is another song about Travis. So melodically, it's fine. It's nothing special again, but it is fun. It is like light and, you know. Oh, that part's cute. But it is about Travis again, and it's about like, I mean, it's the same fucking shit as The Fate of Ophelia, where it's like, I have this past and I've never been happy in these relationships. So she says, I had a bad habit of missing lovers past. My brother used to call it eating out of the trash. It's never gonna last. I thought my house was haunted. I used to live with ghosts, and all the perfect couples said, when you know, but when you don't, you don't. And all of the foes and all of the friends have seen it before. They'll see it again. Life is a song. It ends when it ends. I was wrong. But my mama told me it's all right. You were dancing through the lightning strike, sleepless in the onyx night, but now the sky is opalite. Oh, oh my lord. Never met no one like you before. You had to make your own sunshine, but now the sky is opalite. Oh. And so then it goes to like the second verse and then the second chorus, which is like a switch to talking about like Travis's past and Travis's love life, and how now that they found each other, they've found their match, and they don't have to, you know, it's just a cute little thing about how they found each other, and it's great. Here's the problem, though, and this is why as much as I kind of like the song at first, when you think a little bit more about the context of it, it starts to get a little bit iffier, and it kind of puts a bad taste in my mouth for some particular reasons. So here's something that I didn't really even know until this song came out. I guess I had known, so I had only known about one of Travis's exes. Her name, what is her name? Kayla Nicole. I knew about her because when it was like everyone knew that Taylor and Travis were dating, there was this video of Travis and Kayla from when they were together. that was circulating the internet, social media. So I saw it and I knew that. I didn't know about his entire dating history. Apparently, well, let's look at this. So there is a pattern with Travis Kelce. Before Taylor, he dated someone named Maya Benberry. Then he dated Kayla Nicole, the person that I saw the video of. He was with her for a few years. Then he dated someone named Zuri Hall. I don't know if you've noticed, but all of Travis's exes that he was in like public relationships with, they are all black women. I didn't know anything about Travis Kelce prior to him dating Taylor. Apparently, it's not just that he has a lot of black women in his dating history. I guess when he was dating those women, his entire like public persona was a little bit more. There's a word that I'm thinking of that I cannot say. I don't think I can say it, even though it's like a word lobbied at white people. I don't think I'm allowed to say this one, and I'm not going to. But it's the N word, but with a W instead of the N. It seems like a lot of his aesthetic for a long time before dating Taylor was borrowing a lot from black culture, similar to like a Kardashian, you know, the male version of a Kardashian, where he dates black women and he appropriates the aesthetics of black culture. I didn't know that. I had only ever seen his current like public persona and aesthetic, which is a little bit more I don't want to say that he's MAGA. I don't think that he is. I think he's probably like politically like a, I don't know, centrist Democrat or something. But he is kind of MAGA coded, you know, in the persona, the way that he presents himself. And that seems to be something rather new. That is something that he kind of started doing with Taylor. So there's a lot of kind of just feelings that a lot of particularly black women have around the way that his persona has switched now that he has a white girlfriend or fiance, and now that he's a part of like the most famous couple in America, but also specifically the most famous white couple. So that is context that is kind of important to understand. Here's an article about it that I thought was pretty good. So it says, Kelce briefly dated life coach and influencer Maya Benberry in 2016. Since the start of Kelce's entanglement with Swift, Benberry has reported receiving death threats from alleged fans of Swift after she referred to Kelce as a narcissist and cheater and warned Swift to watch out. You would think that you would be a little bit more like, she's telling Taylor to watch out. She's trying to be a girl's girl about it. Maybe be nicer to her. But the vast majority of bullying and harassment on social media has been directed at 31-year-old Kayla Nicole, a Los Angeles-based model and sports journalist. Kelce was in an on-again, off-again relationship with Nicole from 2017 to 2022. Once news of Kelce potentially being with Swift hit the internet, some black women commented online that going from Nicole to Swift was a major downgrade for Kelce. So many black women picked up their phones, wiped away their saddest tears, unlocked the same phones with their scrunched up faces, pressed the X app just to complain that a once fine, swagged out, fade-wearing white man was doing the unspeakable. He was dating a white woman, and not just any white woman, the Taylor Swift. But the majority of hate on social media has elements of both racism and sexism. Some of this misogynoir has come from black men who have long called Nicole a sellout and gold digger for being in a relationship with a white man. That is also interesting because I don't know much about Kayla Nicole, and I just don't know anything really about their relationship, but I saw 50 Cent commenting on Taylor and Travis's engagement, and he seems to very much not like Kayla Nicole. So, don't know what's up with that. Never mind that black men are twice as likely as black women to have a spouse of a different race or ethnicity. In addition, both black men and Swift fans have said that Swift is a come-up or upgrade from Nicole. Why would any man wife this? Okay, nice to look at, but you really want this as a wife? Is typical of the negative comments on Nicole's social media. For black women who spend time on social media, the attacks on Nicole might feel familiar. A study by Amnesty International found that black women are disproportionately targeted by online abuse and are 84% more likely than white women to be mentioned in abusive or problematic tweets. The attacks on Nicole are also reminiscent of the hate directed at Meghan Markle, Michelle Obama, I don't know who that is. Ketanji Brown Jackson. Megan Thee Stallion. Basically, it's open season on any black woman at any given time. So, like, that is kind of important context for what people are now reading into these lyrics. So with the chorus, you were dancing through the lightning strike, sleepless in the onyx night, but now the sky is opalite. So opalite and onyx and opalite are both like gems. Onyx being a black gem, opalite being a very kind of like light, white, bluish gem. So a lot of people are reading this as she's referencing Travis Kelce going from having black girlfriends to being with Taylor, where the black girlfriends are the onyx knight and Taylor is the opalite. Now, I'm gonna push back on that because I think if you look at it, yes, she is singing to Travis on the second chorus, but she starts the first chorus saying that, but my mama told me it's all right. So, like, the first chorus is referencing Taylor and her dating history. Taylor's dating history is just a bunch of white boys. So I think that it's just kind of a clumsy, unfortunate metaphor of, like Lana Del Rey has that song where she's like, out of the black into the blue. I think it's just supposed to be like the dark night, and now it's like, now the sun's up, you know, like it's always darkest before the dawn kind of thing. I think that's really just what it's supposed to mean, is just that he lived a life of darkness and now this sky is opalite, whatever. I don't think it's supposed to be a metaphor for race. However, I don't necessarily fault people for reading it that way because of the second verse. So she says, you couldn't understand it, why you felt alone, you were in it for real, she was in her phone, and you were just a pose. So let's talk about that video that I saw of Travis and Kayla. So this is while they were dating. I guess this is, I don't know, her Instagram. Oh, how do I get that? Oh, here it goes.
I love it here. Sometimes
Start it over.
I love it here. If sometimes someone would pay me attention, I wouldn't have to go on social media.
Get off your phone.
I wouldn't have to get on social media and seek validation.
You're not even
From a
drinking.
bunch of strangers
You're not
on the
even
internet.
drinking your wine anymore. Can we go?
So, like, I think that the chorus is just a very unfortunate choice of words, given the rest of it. But the second verse is definitely, if not directly referencing Kayla Nicole in that video of the two of them at a restaurant where he is, like, telling her, we need to go. If that's not what she meant to be referencing, she for sure at least knew that that video was out there and that that's how these lines were going to be read. Now, I don't want to... Whatever's happening in their relationship here, I don't know. Maybe this was a running issue between the two of them and he was sick of it and they had a bad moment. I don't know. I can't judge the relationship. I wasn't in it. But what I see from this video is that he's being very aggressive toward her. Even if this is just like a bad moment between the two of them, he's getting in her face, and then he's like grabbing the phone out of her hand. It's very weird. Like, just the video itself is bad. He looks bad in it. Like, oh yeah, it's just very aggressive. And like, and here's the thing too, is that, again, whatever's happening in the relationship, I can't judge. But I can look at the video and say what I see, and the way that other people were portraying it is just very strange. Everyone was very immediately defensive toward Travis in a way that it's a little uncomfortable. So like this one, even just the way that everyone was framing it, this caption says, Travis Kelce showed strain with his ex-girlfriend. Intense resurface video. It's like, that's a little underplaying it. It's not just like strain in their relationship. He's being aggressive. And then there was other people, there's like Travis Kelce begs his girlfriend to put down her phone. So it's like, is he begging her? Or is he telling her? It's just a very, very weird... It's a very weird video. And it's very weird the amount of people that immediately just kind of jumped to downplaying what was happening there and making Kelce almost seem like almost a victim or something, that like he was begging her. So, I don't know. The response that Kayla Nicole received from that video felt kind of racist, that people were just immediately jumping to defend the white man. And then for Taylor to then reference that video in her song where she's definitely taking Travis aside, and I understand why she would take Travis aside because that's her fiance, so like she's only heard about that incident and their entire relationship from his perspective, so I get it, but it's like, but did you need to reference the thing that everyone saw? Did you need to reference the thing that was public and that she was already receiving a lot of judgment and a lot of hate for? Especially when, as that article was pointing out, like, Black women get so much more hate and harassment on the internet than white women. So it's like, you're just kind of setting his ex-girlfriend up for harassment, which is already very weird for you to do just as Taylor Swift, as a person who's like more famous than really anyone could be. But then especially like as a white woman against a Black woman, it's weird. It's really weird. It's very unnecessary. Like, you could have used any other example in that verse about like how unsatisfying his previous relationships were. You could have used any other example that didn't reference something that was like already a part of public discourse, because that is just, it is making the song about Kayla Nicole in a way that it didn't need to be. It could have been way more vague. It could have been, you just don't need to put Easter eggs in there for a real woman who's already been harassed. So I don't think that she meant to make this like race metaphor in the chorus, but I understand why people read it that way, because she's the one that brought Kayla Nicole into the context of the song. So it's just It's just weird. It's really weird. And unfortunately, the drama over this song is not quite over. Because then she released some merch. This is the opalite necklace. It is no longer for sale. It's been taken off the website. But there's some stuff happening here that one could interpret as a dog whistle for Nazis. It's not good. And the fact that it's for that song in particular. Now, again, first of all, I don't think that Taylor Swift is actively involved in the making of her merch. I don't, because quite honestly, I think her merch has really dipped in quality over the last few years to the point that I don't think I think she's just handing that shit off to somebody. There's definitely a lack of quality control happening in the Taylor Swift store. So I think this is something that was just very rushed. They're not supposed to be S's, for one thing. They are supposed to be lightning, because she says the thing about the lightning strikes, sleepless in the onyx night, whatever. I think that's just supposed to be lightning. And I think probably when they made it and they put it around someone's neck, it didn't look quite as heinous. But it's like nobody caught that. I can see how like a few people could overlook it, but it's like stuff like this should be going through so many hands, there should be so many different steps of approval where you would really think that someone on her team would be like, ooh, let's maybe redesign this a little bit. Maybe we could put like the lightning bolts off center. Maybe they don't go right next to each other. Maybe we just put them a little bit different. I think it is just unfortunate, but it's like, that is crazy. The fact that it's on that song too, like what the hell? It just feels like she maybe just has only other like rich white people working for her or something, that like no one is catching all these little things enough to be like, oh, this maybe it's gonna hit the general public a little weird. Maybe we make some changes here. Maybe we just maybe we should try to diversify the team a little bit. So yeah, that was bad. And unfortunately, that's also not the only race-related controversy that's going to come from this album. So, what the fuck? Let's move on to the next song. Father Figure. So, this song, I do think, currently this is my favorite on the album. I like it a lot. It is Taylor taking on this father figure persona. A father figure in like a very kind of creepy, predatory sort of way. So like, when I found you, you were young, wayward, lost in the cold, pulled up to you in the jag, turned your rags into gold, the winding road leads to the chateau, you remind me of a younger me, I saw potential. I'll be your father figure, I drink that brown liquor, I can make deals with the devil because my dick's bigger. This love is pure profit, just step into my office, I dry your tears with my sleeve. Leave with me, I protect the family. So, like, all this stuff, when I first heard it, especially because of, like, some of these later lyrics, about, like, my dear protege, or whatever she says. And I was your father figure, you pulled the wrong trigger, this empire belongs to me, I protect the family, I protect the family. So immediately when I heard it, I was like, oh, people are gonna say this is about Olivia Rodrigo. Now, I thought at the time, I don't think it is about Olivia Rodrigo. I think it's about Scott Borchetta, the head of Big Machine record labels, and it's kind of telling the story about how he was kind of like a father figure in a way, like he took on this very like paternal role in her life, and then she wanted to leave the label and he went and sold her masters and yada yada. So it's about this like patriarchal person in her life. But then I started thinking about the way that she was talking about the song in the movie, the like theater release thing that she did. I think it is still partly about Scott Borchetta. I think it is also about Olivia Rodrigo. So what she says in the theater thing, she says that she was she wrote it from this like perspective, and she was saying that she identifies with perspective sometimes, other times she is talking about like an external person, like she's basically saying that like I relate to this character and also I don't in different parts of the song, which I was like, oh, okay, that's interesting. And then she talks about the credits here. So if you don't know about Olivia and Taylor's beef, they used to be friends or friendly. Olivia Rodrigo is definitely very inspired by Taylor. She is someone who is considered like a Tay daughter, which is there's a group of like young women in the industry whom have been very clearly inspired by Taylor Swift and whom Taylor has definitely taken like under her own wing and been sort of a mentor figure towards. So like Sabrina Carpenter for one, Gracie Abrams for another, and for a bit, Olivia Rodrigo. They seem to be somewhat close until Olivia Rodrigo released her song Deja Vu. And then, so a lot of people noticed that it's kind of sounded like Taylor's song Cruel Summer, not in a way that was like any specific elements, it just kind of had a similar vibe. And then Olivia confirmed that she was inspired by Taylor, especially for the bridge, and specifically inspired by Cruel Summer and the, like, especially the shouting thing that Taylor does in the bridge in Cruel Summer. Olivia Rodrigo heard that and she was like, okay, I want to do something like that in my song. So she does it in her song. She says something about it in some like behind the scenes video thing that she did. And then after that, suddenly Taylor Swift and Jack Antonoff and whoever else worked on Cruel Summer were credited as co-writers. Now, officially, Olivia Rodrigo just gave them those credits and gave them 50% of the revenue, like the residual publishing money. So they get half the profit from sales and streams of that song. Officially, that is what Olivia gave them of her own free will. It does seem like behind the scenes, there might have been some interference. Olivia has said some stuff about how she had felt naive to the way that the industry works, which was maybe a dig at Taylor and possibly Taylor's team intimidating her or maybe threatening a lawsuit. I don't know. But after that happened, Olivia and Taylor no longer seem to be on good terms. They don't really reference each other. They don't hang out. They don't take pictures together. There was a thing where like Taylor was clapping and cheering for Olivia at an award show, but she also was clapping and cheering for Charli XCX at the Grammys, and we saw how that turned out. So I don't think her clapping for people is necessarily an indication that she's not angry with them. But well, see, my assumption has always been that her team just got worried after the Paramore thing, and that's why she then got a new team after, but Taylor and Jack should have rejected it. I think the Paramore thing actually happened afterward. And Hayley Williams has been very upfront that, like, she did not want that credit. But I think that, yeah, her team got a little freaked out and then also gave Paramore that credit for, because of how similar that the song sounded to Misery Business. But it seemed like Paramore never wanted that. Hayley Williams, at least, never wanted that. Maybe their label did. But Hayley didn't want anything to do with it. Taylor, she might have. But then, oh no, was it Josh Farrow? Oh yeah, okay, yeah, you're right, it was Josh Farrow. I just know that later Hayley said something about her not wanting those credits. But Josh Farrow, yeah, Josh, what a little fucking dick. Ugh, thank God he's gone. Yeah, I think you're right. Josh Farrow had wanted the credit. But so, whatever happened between the two of them, between Olivia and Taylor, we don't know, but it does seem, something seems to have changed once those credits were given to Taylor. But then, so where I'm kind of leaning toward, I do definitely think that Father Figure is, in some ways, about Olivia Rodrigo, is that in the fucking movie thing, Taylor makes a very big point of the fact that they are interpolating George Michael's song, Father Figure, and she says stuff about, like, I just think that when you respect the craft of songwriting, you give people credit for what they have inspired. And she's like, and we talked to George Michael's team throughout the making of the song, and we were getting approval from them at every step of the way. And it feels very pointed of like, I did this with George Michael's song. Someone should have done this for my song. And that's where you kind of get to like, yeah, I think this song might be about Olivia Rodrigo. But I think it also is about Scott Borchetta. I think it's about Taylor taking the, like, taking on this patriarchal kind of role and saying that, like, no, I am the father now. My father figure took advantage of me. I will be expecting loyalty from my Tay daughters as well. And it's a little sinister. Now, do I think that makes the song bad? No. In fact, I actually think that it is one of the most interesting songs that Taylor's ever written, lyrically. I think the fact that she is really kind of playing with this villainous role that she... I mean, the thing is that, like, at no point in the song does this father figure ever feel like a good person. Even when it's kind of seeming like it's coming from Taylor's perspective. And that is really fascinating to me. Because even in, like, Reputation, where she was in her, like, bad girl era, she never did anything that felt genuinely sinister. There was no songs where it felt like she was really playing the villain. And this is the first song where I feel like she really is leaning into this persona of hers. But it is quite the choice to do this whole thing about, like, because we respect songwriting, we had to make sure that the estate of George Michael's approved of this every step of the way. It's really weird when, like, yeah, you can definitely hear the George Michael's inspiration here. I mean, it's called Father Figure, and it has a similar like melodic structure as father figure, at least like in the chorus, in the I'll be your father figure part. It is, you can tell that there was an inspiration from George Michael's there, but I don't think that it's the most, of all the songs on the album, I don't think it's the most derivative one. And we'll talk about that in a second, but it's like, okay, if you're going to make this whole to-do about making sure that everyone gets credit for inspiring something. Oh yeah, George Michael, not Michael's. But if we're gonna make sure that like everyone gets credit for inspiring shit, one of the other songs on the album definitely probably should have given people some credits, because there's another song that sounds way more similar to some other work. And yet there's only 3 writers credited on it, and it's all 3 of the people that worked on this album. So but it is a good song. I do think it's the best on the album. Now, this is where, when I was listening to it for the first time, I was still into it. I was like, okay, it's not like as amazing as I expected it to be. I do think, I mean, we've had 3 songs in a row that seem to be about Travis Kelce to some degree, which is not what I was expecting from this record. But okay, the songs are catchy. They're fun. I don't hate it. I then went on to a Discord server that I'm in, like specifically like a pop stan Discord server. And I went to the Taylor Swift channel, and I saw everyone's reaction to the album, and everyone was hating it. They're like, oh my God, is this a prank? Is she serious? How dare she? And I was like, oh my God, like I kind of like it. I think that the album's pretty good. And I wrote that in the Discord. I was like, am I crazy? I mean, it's different than what I expected. I think she definitely mismarketed this, but I'm bopping along to it. And then someone in the Discord, they were like, what song are you on? And I was like, Father Figure. And you're like, okay, well, that makes sense. Keep going. And I very quickly found out what they meant. So Eldest Daughter, straight up, I think is one of the worst songs she's ever made. There's really not much I like about this song. I mean, there's like little parts of it, but it does not make sense together. So, first of all, it opens with everyone's so punk on the internet. Everyone's unbothered till they're not. Everyone's just trolling in memes. Sad as it seems, apathy is hot. Now, I do think that there is... I don't think that you can just read lyrics and understand how a song sounds, understand how a song works. I think you need to hear the melodies, you need to hear the production. However, if you haven't even heard this song, think about like a piano ballad melody, and that's what it sounds like. It is the most generic melody, the most generic production. It sounds pretty, but it's like, it sounds pretty in a way that many, many, many other songs sound very similar to. It's just kind of like her just singing, but I'm not a bad bitch, and this isn't savage. It's just the most basic melody you can even think of. The pre-chorus, I mean, the first verse just sounds bad. I know that she's done this whole thing of like, it's supposed to sound unnatural on purpose because I'm mimicking the way that people talk on the internet. And it's like, well, first of all, this is not how people talk on the internet. What are you talking about? Everyone's so punk on the internet. No one really uses punk like that. That's not like modern slang. everyone's just trolling in memes, or every joke's just trolling in memes. What? So you can be like, oh yeah, it's supposed to sound unnatural or whatever. It's like, it also just sounds bad. It's just clunky and weird. And not just like unnatural clunky. It's like, it's just nonsense. Everybody's cutthroat in the comments. Every single hot take is cold as ice. Like, give me a break. When you found me, I said I was busy. That was a lie. And then she said, I have been afflicted by a terminal uniqueness. Now, I will come to her defense on this. A lot of people have been taking the terminal uniqueness thing. Well, no, I'm coming to her defense in one way, and then I'm not coming to her defense in another. So I think a lot of people heard terminal uniqueness and thought that she was saying, like, that was just a thing that she came up with of, like, I'm so unique that it's, like, terminal. Terminal uniqueness is a term. It's a term used in, like, some addiction spaces, like AA and stuff. And it refers to when you are making it, like, an excuse to not recover by using some sort of, like, circumstance of your life that prevents you from recovering the way that other people do. Like, it's just about making excuses for yourself about why it's harder for you to get sober compared to other people who have gotten sober. That it is a uniqueness that will kill you. So that, I'm like, okay, she's not just saying that, like, I'm so unique that I'm gonna die. It is an established term, but this is one of those things where I feel like she heard somebody else say it and she wrote it down in her little notes app and was like, oh, that's perfect, I'm gonna put that into this thing. Because even the way that she's using it, it doesn't make any sense. Like, what does that have to do with anything else in this song? Especially the following verse, because the way that this is set up is, I have been afflicted by a terminal uniqueness, I've been dying just from trying to seem cool. It's, if you were to write this out as, like, a sentence, there would be, like, a semicolon between these two statements. Like, this is supposed to kind of be one sentence. What does that have anything to do with it? I have been afflicted by a terminal uniqueness, I've been dying just from trying to seem cool? What? That has nothing to do with dying from trying to seem cool has nothing to do with terminal uniqueness. What are you talking about? And then she goes to the chorus, but I'm not a bad bitch and this isn't savage, but I'm never gonna let you down. I'm never gonna leave you out. So many traitors, smooth operators, but I'm never gonna break that vow. Now, some people are also taking the word savage here and also bad bitch to again be a hit at a black woman, because I guess at one point Travis had said something about how he wanted to date Megan Thee Stallion, and Megan Thee Stallion has the song Savage. So people were taking that as a reference to Megan. I don't think it is. I think, because I just think that the lyrics, they make sense within the context she's already established about, like, internet slang or whatever and being too cool on the internet. And she's like, oh, I'm not a bad bitch, this isn't savage. I think it's just supposed to be, like, internet speak. It just sounds stupid. And also, you can definitely say, like, you can make a criticism about, like, her appropriating AAVE, but I also, the way that she's appropriating it, it's like she's appropriating it in the, I mean, this is just, these terms have already, savage maybe, well, yeah, no, savage too. These terms have already been so appropriated by white people that it's like, I don't know, it doesn't feel like a reach for her, especially in comparison to her other music, you know, like, I mean, she tried to trademark this sick beat or whatever. This is pretty par for the course for her, so I don't think this was, like, pointed at any particular person. I think this is just a badly written song. And then the next verse I like more, But it still doesn't really make sense. So, like, you know, the last time I laughed this hard was on the trampoline in somebody's backyard. I must have been 8 or 9. I must have been about 8 or 9. That was the night I fell off and broke my arm. Pretty soon I learned cautious discretion. When your first crush crushes something kind. When I said I don't believe in marriage, that was a lie. So I like the second verse. That part's fine. But then it goes to the pre-chorus and it goes to every eldest daughter was the first lamb to the slaughter. So we all dressed up as wolves and we looked fire. Taylor, what are you talking about? This is where none of this makes sense as one song. So we start with something that's way more general about just like the way that people act on the internet and they act too cool and they project apathy and they act like they're savage and they're bad bitches when they don't want to admit that they're vulnerable. And then she brings in the eldest daughter thing. It's like, what does that have anything to do with this? Because this all seemed way more general. This all seemed like something that's like relatable to like anybody. But then we have to come in and be like, actually, no, this is specifically, you'll only understand this if you're an eldest daughter. What? Like, these are two different songs, essentially. And also this line, so we all dressed up as wolves and we looked fire. Oh, it's so cringe. Oh, I hate it. And also, you're barely the eldest daughter. You have one brother and he's younger than you. Like, yeah, you're the eldest, but only by one. And it's like, you're the only daughter. You only have a brother. And yeah, you're the older of the two, but it's like, well, then you're just the eldest sibling. Oi. And then we go to the bridge. The bridge is also, I don't even remember what the melody of the bridge is because it's just so boring. We lie back a beautiful, beautiful time-lapse Ferris wheels, kisses and lilacs, and things I said were dumb because I thought I'd never find that beautiful, beautiful life that shimmers that innocent light back. What, like when we were young. Every youngest child felt like they were raised up in the wild, but now you're home. So I don't know if that's supposed to reference Travis Kelce. Is he the youngest? Why are we bringing birth order into this? It doesn't, what is it, what relevance does that have to the rest of the song, Taylor? Genuinely, like, what relevance does that have? She's just saying stuff at this point. Oh my God. Does the genius tell me anything? No. This is bad. It's just a bad song. And this is the track 5. If you don't know, in Taylor Swift lore, track 5 is always like the most vulnerable song on the album. It was something that like fans just noticed that coincidentally in all her track lists, track 5 always was like the most kind of vulnerable and the most revealing, the most personal song. Taylor eventually found out that fans were saying that. So she did start kind of doing the track list with that in mind. Now, most of the time, all of the time, like the last track 5, the track 5 on Tortured Poets Department, I don't really care about. But every other track 5 on her albums, it always felt like she just picked the song that was the most vulnerable and just put it as track 5. Like, she didn't write the song with the intention of this is a track 5 song. She just wrote the album and then was like, okay, this is the most vulnerable one that I've written. This is track 5. This is the first time where it's very much felt to me like she sat down and was like, oh, I have to write track 5 now. And then she's like, what's vulnerable? What's I can talk about how the internet, you're not supposed to be vulnerable on the internet, and I can also talk about how I'm the eldest child. As if that matters to you that much anyway. What do you mean? Who cares that you're the eldest daughter? You only have one brother. And also, you know, there are some songs that mention being an eldest daughter. I think like Hayley Williams' new album had a reference to being the eldest daughter. That worked pretty well, but at this point with Taylor, this is a little bit more personal, but I'm like, this bitch needs to get into actual therapy. Because I know that she has talked before about how she doesn't have a therapist. She doesn't think that she needs one. But this to me reads like someone who is just reading like pop psychology articles to try to explain to themselves why they feel the way that they feel. And it feels like she just like read an article once and she's like, it's because I'm the eldest daughter. That's why I'm like this. No, it's not. Please get a therapist. Birth order psychology is... I mean, there is some stuff to it. Like, there are correlations. But there's not as strong a correlation as many people think that there is. Your birth order doesn't, like, define your personality. Go to a therapist. So that's track 5. Now we rebound a little bit here with Ruin the Friendship, but this is where I'm like, what were you even saying before about how it was going to be like a pop album like 1989? This sounds like something from one of your earliest albums. This sounds like a kind of like country song. This could maybe even be on Folklore Evermore. This is not 1989. This isn't even Red. You lied to me, Taylor. You lied. And this is also, so with the last album, with Tortured Poets Department, she had said, well, not she had said, a whole lot of people had made this criticism that, like, you can't listen to the album, it doesn't make any sense, or it's not good, unless you're also like looking into the Easter eggs and stuff, and people are like, oh, she's gotten so lost in the Easter eggs that the songs don't make sense anymore unless you're like doing additional research or whatever. I disagree with that 100%. I don't know what those people are talking about. You don't need to know the Easter eggs, you don't need to know the lore to listen to Tortured Poets Department. Those songs work perfectly fine whether or not you know the references. I always thought that was such a stupid fucking criticism to make of that album. But, and this album, the opposite is kind of true, where I think that the songs work best if you don't know any of the history. But if you know the context, if you know what she's referencing, if you know what she's talking about, that's when it's like, oh, come on, girl. This is where, like, her celebrity is very, very much getting in the way. Because I think that the song is good. I think the song, like, the production on it is very good. It probably has some of the best production on the entire album. And the lyricism is fine. Where it's really losing me, though, is where this fits into the context of Taylor Swift's career. For one thing, so what the song is about, it's called Ruin the Friendship. It's her thinking back to, like, some guy that she knew in high school who she maybe had, like, kind of a crush on, but she never made a move because she didn't want to ruin the friendship. And then he died. And then she says at the end, my advice is always ruin the friendship. Better than regret it for all time. Should have kissed you anyway. And my advice is always answer the question. Better than to ask it all your life. Should have kissed you anyway. First of all, weird advice. I would not give people this advice. I think that you should take every situation as its own independent situation, and sometimes maybe it would be worth it to ruin the friendship, and sometimes maybe it would not. So, just a weird little moral to put at the end of the song, but okay, fine, whatever. I get the whole thing is, like, she just has this regret that she never made a move on this one person in high school. I need Homegirl to stop writing about high school. It's getting weird. And she even said in one of the interviews, she's like, I wrote this song because I feel like I haven't written about high school in a long time. I was like, you have a song on your last album called So High School. You used it on your Instagram when you announced your engagement. You keep writing about high school. I think she's written about high school on every single album except for Midnight's. Which is, it's fine some of the time, because sometimes it works, but sometimes it really just feels like, oh, this is a case of Arrested Development, isn't it? Yeah, and exactly, thank you, Amy, as well. I think, first of all, the last time that she was a normal person, before she was like famous, before she was in the industry, before she was a singer, a professional singer, she was like 15 years old. Like, that's the last time that Taylor Swift has ever been really like truly relatable as a person. So I think to her, high school is just like her touchstone to like understanding a more relatable life. I also think she's talked before about how she feels kind of frozen at the age that she became famous, which was when she was in high school. I also think a big problem here, I think the re-records kind of fucked with her head a little bit. Because, like, she had to spend so much time in that process going back to songs that she wrote in high school or from, like, a very young age, to the point that it's like she spent these last few years thinking about her life from the mentality of a very young person. Like, the last album that she completed, the, like, most recent album she completed, not even, I don't remember which was the most recent, like, Taylor's version, but I mean, like, in the chronology of her career, the latest album that she got to in that early portion of her career before she switched labels, the latest album was 1989. She finished that one. There is a song on that album called 22, about being 22. So, like, the latest age she got to was 22 in the re-records. And then she started Reputation, didn't finish it. And so it's like she spent all that time just thinking about her life from like 14 to 22. And it's also, I think it almost is kind of weird too, in retrospect, the fact that she didn't do them in order. Because it's like she didn't even experience. 22 is from Red? Is it? I thought it was. Oh, you're right. It was. 1989. Well, how old was she in 1989? Or not in 1989, but how old was she when she released that? Would have been like 24 or something. Whatever. My point is, like, she's had to go back into her career and talk about it from such, and like think about her life from just this chunk of her life when she was extremely young, and then she didn't even do them in order, to the point where I'm like, you didn't even get to kind of relive your life as like this thing that was developing. You just did it all kind of in one mixed up little chunk, as if you've been the same person the whole time. And I think it's kind of messing with her head a little bit. I don't know. But it's just getting weird. The amount of time that we're going back and reminiscing about high school. And then also the other part that just feels so cynical to me and just kind of gross is the reference in here. Where is it? Verse 3, when I left school, I lost track of you. Abigail called me with the bad news. So Abigail is her friend. She's referenced in the song 15. so people know who Abigail is. She's a part of the lore. And this to me just feels really... I don't really think that Abigail... I don't know that this reference would have been made if not for the fact that her fans already knew who Abigail was. And that... I don't know. It's weird to turn your personal friendship from when you were a teenager, from when you were in high school, into just like a reference and an Easter egg. She says she doesn't do Easter eggs for her personal life, but that's an Easter egg for her personal life. Like, Taylor, what are you doing? Don't you want to just, like, keep some stuff private? Even with when she was on the Travis Kelce podcast and she was talking about baking bread, I was like, okay, cute. She's talking about bread. Like, this is something that's not attached to her music at all. It's separate from the rest of her career. She's just talking as a person right now. Like, I just love making bread. And then there's a loaf of bread in the Fate of Ophelia music video. It's like, that's another Easter egg for your personal life, for you at home making bread. You couldn't just let the bread be just like a thing that you did in your own time. You have to bring that into the music videos. Just make the bread. And then just keep it at home. Eat it at home. And keep it to yourself. I mean, you can talk about it. You can talk about it in your podcast or whatever, because I think that that's the avenue for that kind of stuff, is like talking about your personal life, you know, to some extent. Talking about what you were like as a person. But then you got to bring that into the... Once the public knows about it, once they know that you're making bread, now it's got to be... Now it's got to be in the music videos. And also, maybe you have a deal with Panera Bread. Maybe they're selling bread in celebration of your engagement with your permission. Like, Taylor, girly. You gotta get a therapist. You gotta get a therapist. You gotta get someone in your life who's encouraging you to, like, think about what you're doing a little bit. Oh, she's making me sad. And again, it's like, this song is a good song, but I don't like listening to it because of what it represents in her lore, in her meta-narrative. It makes me uncomfortable. It makes me sad. And not in the way that I think the song is intended to make you sad. I'm not sad that, like, oh my God, this person that you knew in high school died. I'm sad of, like, you're still referencing Abigail? You're still singing about high school? Girly. And then here's another bit of context that does not make the song more enjoyable to me. It actually makes the song a little bit less enjoyable. Here's Actually Romantic, the song about Charli XCX. Now, as far as what the song sounds like, it is probably the catchiest on the album. Definitely after I listened to the whole album, that was the song that was, like, stuck in my head the most. So we'll give it points for that, for catchiness. Yeah, I know she's still friends with Abigail, but that almost makes it weirder to me. Is that, like, that is still a person in your life that you're personally friends with. And then it's like, you just need to continuously bring her up in your work to, like, as an Easter egg. When you said that you don't do Easter eggs for your personal life, it just feels like at some point you need to start separating these parts of your life a little bit. Like, keep your personal friendships as your personal friendships. And yeah, sure, you can make songs about your personal life, but it's just the fact that she's specifically named in the song. It's like, I think that if the fans didn't already know who Abigail was, if it wasn't already like a thing of like, oh, an Abigail mention, then it would have just said, and then I got the call. You wouldn't say, and then Abigail called me. You're only naming her because you know that the fans are going to get excited by it. And that's what's weird to me. I don't think it's like weird in terms of like she's being mean to Abigail or something, or like Abigail doesn't want to be a part of this. I'm sure that Abigail approved it. But it's like, it's just at what point, Taylor, do you stop using your personal life to pander to your fans and to get people excited about like a little reference, like a fucking like a Stan Lee cameo in a Marvel movie. But anyway, so on Actually Romantic, I don't know what she was thinking here. Sympathy for a knife, or sympathy is a knife. Wait. Yeah, Sympathy is a Knife is a song that Charli wrote on Brat that is kind of about Taylor. It's seemingly, definitely. But it's not a diss track. It's a song that's like about Charli's own insecurities and the fact that Charli that she has to deal with Taylor when Taylor was dating Maddie Healy, that she had to deal with this huge big pop star in her personal orbit, in her space, which stoked her feelings of inadequacy. And yeah, I'm sure that like, because it starts with, I heard you call me boring Barbie. And then there was something else about high five my ex, then said you're glad he ghosted me. So I'm sure there's extra stuff behind the scenes. But it's like she knows that the public is going to hear this as a response to Sympathy is a Knife. And the fact that she's not really interacting with that text in a way that makes sense for the text, for what Sympathy is a Knife is. It's like, this is just such a weird move to make, especially because it's like, Sympathy is a Knife is, again, it's about Charli's insecurities and feeling like she doesn't measure up, especially at that time. Like she's a bigger pop star now because of Brat. That really kind of launched her like into the mainstream. But prior to that, Charli was like a smaller artist. She wasn't like, she was a pop girly, but she wasn't like a main pop girly. She was someone who was a little bit more like niche, a little bit more, she had like a cult following. So at that time, Charli was a much smaller, I mean, everyone is a smaller artist than Taylor Swift, but especially then, like she was just kind of in a different league before, like when she was writing the song. So it's about Charli's insecurities and feeling like she'll never get to like the level of someone like Taylor Swift. And then Taylor writes this song that is just so condescending, where she says, hadn't thought of you in a long time, but you keep sending me funny Valentines, and I know you think it comes off vicious, but it's precious adorable, like a toy chihuahua barking at me from a tiny purse. Like, come on. It's just mean. And I'm fine with her being mean. But it just feels so, it's just such a it's so mean in a way that it's like, it doesn't even feel like a proportional response to the song that she's referencing when she says the like, what did she say? Wrote me a song saying it makes you sick to see my face. Not really. I mean, maybe kind of, but not like, she wasn't like, ew, gross Taylor. She was saying that, like, seeing you in my space makes me feel bad about myself. That's not, like, it's a weird response. And it's worse. It's not as good of a song as Sympathy is a Knife. I production-wise, I think Sympathy is a Knife is way more interesting. But just lyrically, it's like Sympathy is a Knife is kind of layered. There's a lot happening, and it's like confessional, and it's vulnerable and emotional. If you're gonna respond, I would expect you to respond in a way that is somewhat honoring that, like an actual kind of tit for tat, where you're being kind of vulnerable or you're being more confessional. But this is just you being like, fuck you, you little chihuahua. Why? And especially, Donald Trump wrote a tweet that said, I hate Taylor Swift. Like, there are so many other people that have been so much more blatantly disrespectful to you publicly. Justin Baldoni was trying to like subpoena your private text messages. And the like actual diss track on the album is for Charli XCX. It just feels so weak. It feels so pointless. It's just a missed opportunity. You know, it's like I'm not even against her. It's not like, oh, I'm offended that she wrote a diss track about Charli. I just wish that it was a better diss track. I wish that it was at the like level of the song that she's responding to. And I wish that it made sense. And I wish that it didn't feel so like frivolous. Ugh. But yeah, she says, heard you call me boring Barbie when the Cokes got you brave. It's like, okay, even if we do this whole thing about there's more stuff behind the scenes that we don't know about, and that's what she's responding to. It's like, well, why don't you tell me about that other stuff behind the scenes that actually makes me feel like this was warranted? Because just her calling you boring Barbie, who cares? That's not even that bad. That's what you're so offended by? Donald Trump said that he hates you. And you're upset about boring Barbie? She said privately that somehow got back to you? Come on, girl. That can't be the worst thing that's ever gotten back to you, even. That somebody said privately. And then also when the Cokes got you brave, it's like we're taking a shot at her because she does cocaine. I mean, that's not even like, oh my God, I can't believe Charli does coke. Like, it's just lame. It's a lame insult. High-fived my ex and said that you're glad he ghosted me. The fact that you're admitting that Maddie Healy ghosted you. Ugh. It almost feels like that's kind of what a lot of this is about, is like she actually maybe was a lot more I think she really was upset by the breakup with Maddie Healy. I mean, that's so much of Tortured Poets Department is about Maddie. So I think that, yeah, she had already told us that Maddie ghosted her. She didn't say ghosted. She kind of like just implied that like he ducked out pretty quickly. But saying specifically he ghosted me, it's like, oh, that's embarrassing. But I think, yeah, I think she actually was really upset about Maddie breaking up with her. And that's maybe where this rage is coming from. Which is like, again, it's like, I'm fine with that being the root of it. Did she say she said he ghosted her? I don't remember that part. But it's like, I'm fine with that being the root of it. I'm fine with her, like, expressing that, but I just wish she was actually expressing that. I wish that she was actually, like, getting really internal and, like, thinking about how she feels and how that hurt her. Because this is the thing, is that, like, Taylor's work has always been so confessional. So I don't know. This isn't confessional. This is just like lashing out. And it's just disappointing. It's disappointing with what I wanted her to do. And then wrote a song saying it makes you sick to see my face. That's not what the song was about. Some people might be offended, but it's actually sweet all the time you spend on me. It's honestly wild, all the effort you put in. It's actually romantic. I really gotta hand it to you. Oh, no man has ever loved me like you do. To do this whole thing about, especially the way that she was talking about it in that theater thing too, where she was like, it's when you find out that someone has been thinking about you a whole lot, but you don't really think about them. And it's like, it's actually sweet. It's like, okay, so how many songs have you written about Kim Kardashian? You're gonna act all unbothered here that like, oh, she wrote a song about me. How cute. She must like me. It's very childish. And it's childish. The thing is that it doesn't feel childish in a way where it feels like she's leaning in. It doesn't feel intentional. It just feels like a snap reaction. And it feels rushed is really what it feels. The whole album feels rushed. That she didn't take time to actually even process how she felt about anything. She just wrote a song. Just immediately. It's disappointing. And it's so, I can't listen to it without that context because it's like, she hits you right over the head with it right away. It's like when the Coke's got you brave. It's like, the second that I start listening to it, I'm like, oh yeah, it's about that. And it sucks. I would love it. What the fuck is this? I would love it if Charli did a response and then Taylor did another response. I want a back and forth, and I'm gonna give Taylor another shot. Write a better diss track next time. Now here's Wishlist. I fucking hate this song. I hate it so much. Even the first time I listened to it, I kept wanting to skip it, but I was like, no, I'm going to listen to the whole album all the way through. I just wanted to go to the next one. I don't like the way this song sounds. I don't like the lyrics. I don't like the meaning. So, it's all about... It's like a kind of, I think she maybe wanted it to be like a Christmas song a little bit because it's wish list. So it's like, and again, it's like so mismarketed. The fucking dollar signs in there. I thought this was going to be like a bop. I thought this was going to be like slutty and cute. It's not. So it's about like how some people want... They want that yacht life under chopper blades. Those who want bright lights and Balenci shades and a fat ass with a baby face. So already it's like we're getting into some... This feels maybe a little racialized. Not like too... Not that I think she was writing it with those thoughts in mind, but it's again of just her being so unbearably white. That it's like she she doesn't quite realize how she's maybe coming off sometimes. I mean, how other people might be reading this. They want it all. They want that complex female character. They want that critical smash, Palme d'Or, and an Oscar on their bathroom floor. They want it all, and they should have what they want. They deserve what they want. Hope they get what they want. But I just want you. Have a couple kids, got the whole block looking like you. Again, those lyrics are like, we're getting into some weird territory. And I know what you mean by it. I know that you just mean that you want to have a lot of babies with him. But it's like when you put it into the context of like, he is a white man who had a whole bunch of black girlfriends, and now he has a white girlfriend or a white fiance, soon to be wife. And you're like, we're going to make babies that look just like you. Yeah, somebody should have run that by somebody, and then had maybe that other person be like, oh, people aren't going to take that well. People aren't going to like that. We tell the whole world to leave us the fuck alone, and they do. Wow. Got me dreaming about a driver with a basketball hoop. Boss up, settle down, got a wish list, I just want you. Fuck off. Fuck right off. Here's the thing, this song is getting a lot of like trad wife accusations. And I want to defend her. I want to, but I kind of can't. Because here's the thing. Here's the thing that is the like big problem with it. First of all, they want that complex female character. You don't? You don't want complex female characters? You want simple female characters? What does that mean? I mean, your whole thing, you're a complex female character. In your work, in your life. That's like one of the things that people like about your work, is that you are a complex female character. You're a complex female narrator. That's even like, that's the best excuse I can give for actually romantic, is like, it's messy. It's like a weird song to write morally, but you're a complex female character. You have a right to be messy. So now you're like, actually, I don't want a complex female character. I want to just be a simple woman. Weird lyric. But then also this other stuff too about like they want that yacht life under chopper blades. Don't you have a private jet? They want an Oscar on their bathroom floor. Bitch, you love an award. You love winning awards. Anything that you're nominated for, any industry that you're in, you want awards from it. Don't act like you don't want awards. Why are you acting like you're just a simple woman who just wants babies and a driver with a basketball hoop? You're a liar. You want other things. You know you do. You've lived your entire... If this was all you wanted, you just wanted Travis and you just wanted a couple kids, got the whole block looking like him, tell the whole world to leave us the fuck alone, which you don't want that either. You fucking... When you announced your engagement, you made the caption, your English teacher and gym teacher just got married, or just got engaged. Like, you do not want people to leave you alone. You announced your album on his podcast. You want the world to be invested in your relationship. You do want that. You maybe want them to leave you alone in certain moments. You don't want people following you home. You don't want paparazzi outside of your house. But you don't want the world to fully leave you alone. You want the world to be invested in you. But all this other stuff about like, I just want him, I just want to drive with a basketball hoop. If that's all you wanted, Taylor, you wouldn't have done your entire career like this. You have worked so hard to get to this point. Winning awards, writing album after album, getting a private jet, becoming a billionaire. And now you're going to sit here and tell me that, like, you're just a simple woman who just wants marriage and kids. Then you should have gotten those a long time ago. You didn't want it that bad. You wanted a lot of other stuff. And you should have what you want. You should get what you want. You deserve what you want. Maybe not the billionaire thing. I don't think anyone should have that. or the private jet necessarily either. I don't know that anyone should have a private jet. But you deserve awards. You deserve a career. You deserve to focus on your career for a majority of your adult life instead of trying to have like family and kids. Why are you telling me that you only wanted family and kids? They want that freedom living off the grid. Oh my God. Yeah, this song sucks. And like, it feels, at worst, it feels like she is pandering to a conservative audience. I don't think that's, I don't know. What I think it is I think that she just got into this relationship and she feels very happy in this moment. And she's doing the thing, maybe this is going to be a weird analogy, but it makes me feel like when you start bullet journaling and then you're like, I am now a person who bullet journals and all of my problems are going to be solved now that I'm a person who bullet journals. And then you stop bullet journaling within like a week and then you're back to square one. It feels like she got into a relationship, she feels happy, and she was like, turns out that was all I needed. I just wanted a husband and we're going to have kids and everything's going to be fine now. I'm not the complex female character I thought I was. I figured it out. It's like, no, you're in love in the moment. You're in like a honeymoon phase. In a year or two, you're going to have other things to think about. You're going to have other worries. You're going to have other goals. You're not going to be that concerned about about your basketball hoop. You think that right now, because it's like we've all done that, right? Like we've all kind of gotten into a new thing and you're like, this is my identity now. I figured it out. I solved it. I'm a person who has a driveway with a basketball hoop. That was what I always wanted. But it's not. It was what you wanted in that week. And then life goes on and you continue being a complicated person who has complicated desires that never end. She's dickmatized, really. She thinks that this is the finale. She thinks that this is what it was all leading to. It's sad. But it's also relatable. I mean, this is something that people go through. Because even if she thinks that this is kind of like the I've gotten everything I wanted, life will go on and she'll write better albums. Someday. Yeah, she needs to listen to 15 again and really internalize her own words. Yeah, Taylor, in your life, you'll do better things. You'll do greater things than dating the boy on the football team. But people are using that line against her a lot. To be fair to her, she has done greater things than dating the boy on the football team. But it is kind of almost like she forgot that. Like she forgot that she is a person with an entire career and an entire life. She's just now the football boy's fiance. But, you know, I think this will pass. Now here's Wood. When I was listening to the album, I hated Wishlist so much that by the time I got to Wood, I was like, all right, this is better. Musically, it's better. it is also like funny. But she said the whole thing about like all 12 tracks needed to be on the album. Not one song could have been left out. We couldn't have left out Wood. We couldn't have left out the song that's literally just about your fiance's penis. That had to be on the album. You had to release that on this project. I mean, I guess on this project, yeah, I mean, the whole fucking album is pretty much about Travis, so yeah, why not? But this is awful. It's not, it's a listenable song. And it's very, so this is the song where it's like very clearly inspired by other songs. So it sounds straight up like a Jackson 5 song, just like the instrumentals. And it also, lyrically, it seems like she's trying to do a Sabrina Carpenter thing, where she's being like cheeky and making like innuendos and not like totally saying it, but also definitely saying it. So, you know, I didn't see any of the songwriters of any Jackson 5 songs in the credits. I didn't see Sabrina Carpenter in the credits. But those songs definitely inspired this one. So, how much do you really respect other songwriters, Taylor? Cool, you got the clearance from George Michael's estate. For the song where you could kind of like call out somebody else who didn't get your clearance for a song that was less like Deja Vu sounds like Cruel Summer way less than Wood sounds like a Jackson 5 song. So, but I guess Olivia made the mistake in admitting the inspiration, I suppose. But she says, Daisy's bare naked, I was distraught, he loves me not, he loves me not. Penny's unlucky, I took him back, and then I stepped on a crack, and the black cat laughed. So it starts off about, like, superstitions, then she gets to the, like, knock on wood thing. Yeah, and then the wood is obviously a metaphor for his penis. Forgive me, it sounds cocky. He ahmatized me and opened my eyes. She's saying he dickmatized me. And you can tell because in the censored versions, which played during the theater thing, she changes it to he hypnotized me. So ahmatized me wasn't censored enough. She had to change it to hypnotized me. Redwood tree, it ain't hard to see. His love was the key that opened my thighs. I mean, it's funny. I don't hate it. But I just think, like, the way that she was talking about the album and how much it was about, like, her life on the road as a performing singer. I just didn't need a song about Travis Kelce's dick in here. And it's so obvious, too. It's like, the curse on me was broken by your magic wand. Seems to be that you and me, we make our own luck. New heights of manhood. New heights being his podcast. Girl. But I don't hate it. Other people have been very turned off by the vulgarity of this album. In parts, I do think, like, with Father Figure, when she says the stuff about because my dick's bigger, in the censored version, it's my check's bigger. I don't want to get rid of my dick's bigger completely, but I wish that what she had done, I wish that she had done checks bigger in these first choruses, and then once she got to the bridge and then went to the final chorus, I wish she did dicks bigger there, but only there. I wish it was just the last chorus. and that she did checks bigger for the first two. I think that would have been better. And then the thing about in actually romantic, she says the thing about it's kind of making me wet. I don't even care about that part. I don't like the rest of the song. I wish she had I wish she had leaned more into that. I wish she had made it like really vulgar throughout the entire song and made it like almost weird. I wish she had just committed to it. But she doesn't commit to anything. But I would love it if she wrote like a weird song about wanting to fuck Charli XCX. I think that would be incredible. And then Wood is just like, I don't know, it's just like cute. Like if she had just released like this is just a standalone song. If she could even like give it to the podcast boys. She could be like, hey, this can maybe be your like new intro or something. Like use a little piece of it and then she can release it as like a song, but like have it be specifically branded as like a New Heights thing. Like that could have been kind of cute. It's like, just why did it have to go on this album? The Gaylors would have had too much fun with that, unfortunately. I mean, look, give the Gaylors something at this point. You wrote an entire fucking album about your boring ass boyfriend. We need a little bit more gay on this album. It's way too heterosexual. And then there's Canceled. Let's just move on. I don't even want to talk about that song. It's not even like it. It just sounds like a Reputation track. It's almost the same thing with like her high school thing, where it's like you're just writing about the same shit over and over again. Like this is another like a reference to her cancellation, probably a reference to the Kim and Kanye thing from 2017. Like, girl, please get a therapist. Please. And then there's Honey. This one is just boring. It's about, I think the sentiment is sweet and I get it, but I just think it's boring. It's about how like, she says in the chorus, when anyone called me sweetheart, it was passive aggressive at the bar and the bitch was telling me to back off because her man had looked at me wrong. If anyone called me honey, I was standing in the bathroom, white teeth. They were saying that skirt don't fit me and I cried the whole way home. But you touch my face, redefined all those blues when you say honey. And I think that that's like, I think that's sweet. It's, you know, it's about how there are these like terms, especially like really gendered terms like honey, sweetheart, baby, where when people aim them at you as a woman, they're usually being condescending or rude. But when like a partner is calling you that, it takes on a different meaning and it helps them like, it helps you kind of reclaim the word for yourself, or it doesn't feel like something gross and disrespectful to you. It feels loving. And so it's like, I think that it's like a cute song, but it's like, especially at this point in the track run, I'm just over it. I don't want, this is another song about Travis. It's not like especially exciting production-wise, melodically, even lyrically. Like it's sweet, but it's not that interesting. Yeah, I do. Yeah, the bitch line in Honey is kind of weird. And the bitch was telling me to back off. Yeah, it just doesn't really work coming from her, because it's like, I don't know. It's weird. But other than that, it's a this whatever as a song. And then Life of a Showgirl, I do kind of like this song now. If I listen to it, not listening to the rest of the album, if I just listen to it on its own, it is cute. This is the one featuring Sabrina Carpenter, and this is more of like in the theme of the album. It doesn't sound like what I thought the album was going to sound like. It's way more low key than that. It's not. Travis said that the album is all bangers. This is not a banger. Most of the songs on here are not bangers. And I know that like that's what I get for listening to a man. But I did think that we were gonna get like up-tempo stuff. I thought that it was gonna be like, 1989 stuff. Like, this is just singer-songwriter things. And it's cute. It's a good song. But especially when I first listened to this album all the way through, by the time we got to this part, I remember I wasn't really looking at the screen or anything. I was just kind of letting the album play by that point. And I heard Sabrina Carpenter's voice, and I was like, wait, Sabrina Carpenter, isn't she on the last song? And then I was like, this is the last song. And I was like, so this is the album. I mean, I already wasn't enjoying it, so I guess maybe I should have just been grateful that it was over. But I felt so deflated. I was like, okay, so it doesn't get better. It doesn't redeem itself. This is it. That was the album. And then I just sat there for a little bit. Normally when a new album comes out, especially by an artist that I like, it's like I listen to the album all the way through, and then I go back and I keep re-listening to the songs that I liked, and I make my little favorites. I start, looking up all the lyrics and whatever. And the album ended, and I was like, I'm moving on. And then I listened to Brat. Even though it's like, when I was first listening to it, I enjoyed the first 4 songs. But by the time I got to the end, I didn't even care about those songs anymore. After I had gone through Eldest Daughter, and then kind of enjoyed Ruin the Friendship, but still thought that like the high school part of it was weird. Like there were just parts of it that turned me off. But then Actually Romantic, I was like, okay, stop. And then Wishlist, I hated. Would, I was like, fine. And then Canceled, didn't love it. Honey, just boring. And then we got to Life is Showgirl, I was like, okay, fuck this album. I don't care. This sucks. And I was sad. I was really sad. And then I kind of, I got over it. But it was just a bummer. It's like, here are the things that are a bummer about it. Number one, the fact that like Taylor's entire career at this point is centered around Travis Kelce. I think it is nice that she's in a relationship that she seems happy in. I think that in a lot of ways they seem like good partners, especially because they are both people that like have an interest in being public figures and in being celebrities. And he isn't afraid of that part of her life. I think that that's really good for her. But for an artist who has been such like a representative in a way of like young girls like expressing themselves and thinking of themselves and their own lives and their own desires and their own careers as a priority over the attention of men, for the entire album to just kind of be about this man. And she announced the album on his podcast, and she continued to say things that was just kind of like, oh, this is sad. this is a sad thing for what she represents in the culture. So that part was the bummer. There's also just the bummer of like, as someone who has already who has liked Taylor Swift for a while, like I think she has incredible songs. I think she is an incredible artist. She needs someone to maybe like help her edit things a little bit. Sometimes she could trim the fat a little bit on a lot of her albums and some of her songs too. But she is a great artist. But there are things that she does that other people make fun of a lot. And it almost felt like this album was a parody of a Taylor Swift album. And that was kind of a bummer too, of like, it felt like she was vindicating people who have discredited her songwriting by writing an album that just sounds like what everyone makes fun of her for sounding like. So it's like, you're not making it easier to defend you when people shit on your music, because you just made an album that's just all like Swift tropes. So that was a bummer, because I was like, I feel, and you know, I'm not the biggest Swiftie. I wouldn't consider myself like a full Swiftie, because I think that that's kind of like a different level of intensity, you know? Like, I don't stan Taylor the way that I stan Gaga. I'm a little monster, but I'm a Taylor Swift fan. And I felt really, really bad for Swifties, for like the fact that they now have to deal with this. That they're gonna have to be in the trenches defending this album. And I already saw like big Swiftie accounts like basically trying to write it off. He's like, she's joking. This was a joke. She's pranking us. And it's like, I don't know, girls. And I also don't think that that's a great look to say that she's pranking us with this album. But that's what it's come to. And then the other bummer too is like, I think really what it is and what's happened is that she wrote it too fast. She wrote 2 whole albums on that tour. She wrote Tortured Poets Department, which has like 30 songs in the full anthology or whatever. And then she wrote this entire album too. And it's like I feel like is maybe just at a point where she has stopped being able to like I don't know. She either just isn't able to criticize her own work anymore or like see it for what it is, that she just, the second that she writes something, she assumes that it's good enough to be released, which is a problem. Or it's like she just feels like there's this expectation that she needs to be releasing at all possible times. And she's like almost like a OCD about it or something, where like if she doesn't release it's gonna bother her. It's like this nagging thing in her head maybe, that like, oh my god, it's been a year, I have to put out a whole new album. Maybe that's what it is. But it's like, I just don't know what the future is gonna look like at this point if she doesn't take a break. Like, just stop for a little bit. You don't have to release a new album. You can sit on stuff for a long, long time, for years. You don't have to do anything. You're a billionaire. You don't need any more money. You've broken all the records for like the Grammys and streaming and music sales. Like, just take a break. Take a break. Go live your life. Go get married. Go have some babies. Maybe get a divorce. I don't know. I'm not wishing that upon her, but like, just the fact is that she just hasn't experienced enough stuff since her last album. She doesn't have anything to write about other than, like, being in love with Travis. Yeah, exactly. Singles exist, EPs exist. It does not need to be an album a year. Yeah, just release some singles. And honestly, I think this would have been a fine EP if she had just if she had just done the first, like, 4 songs, and then maybe Life of a Showgirl. There you go. Cute little EP. And again, it's like you could have just released Wood. You could have just given that as, like, here's the song that I wrote for the New Heights podcast. And then it would just be, like, funny. You know, she wrote a song for her boyfriend's podcast about his penis. You don't need to release an album. Was she still with Travis when TTP was her last album? She had started dating Travis, so there are songs about Travis on Torture Poets Department. So High School is about Travis. But then a lot of it was about Maddie. I don't know. I really hope that she takes a break after this. Because the album did, I mean, it did well, obviously, because it's a Taylor Swift album. It's not getting terrible reviews. But it is getting worse reviews than I think she's gotten. Maybe in her career. In fact, I actually have a link right here. This is from Album of the Year. So, like, if you compare the critic score, 60 compared to all these. Yeah, this is the worst reviewed album of her career. And honestly, I think it deserves to be. And I don't think it's, like, terrible. Here's the thing. People are, like, kind of defending the album by being like, well, we only feel like it's so bad because of the expectations of a Taylor Swift album, that, like, she's getting graded harshly because of her previous work. And it's like, maybe that's true to an extent. But also, if we're being honest, if this weren't a Taylor Swift album, if this were an album by just another random pop star, someone that we didn't care about as much, someone who wasn't, like, the pop star of this decade, would any of us care about it? Would any of us make it a point to listen to it a second time after we heard it the first time? Would we be revisiting it? Would I be doing a track-by-track analysis if this were just a random pop star's album? No. So yeah, maybe she's being judged a little bit harshly compared to her previous, because of the comparisons to her previous work. But she's also being given a level of grace and a level of consideration for this album that she wouldn't have if she weren't Taylor Swift. And I hope she thinks about it. I hope she just takes a break. Just go plan your wedding. Go plan your fucking wedding and leave everybody else alone. So then also, in addition to that, she did this, like, release party thing for the theater stuff, which I had already bought tickets to prior to the album coming out. I don't think I would have bought tickets if I had heard the album first, but I don't hate it. I think that it's, like, a cute thing to do as far as, you know, getting your fans together in, like, a communal space to listen to the album. Like, I think that's fine. I think that that's actually nice. So, like, that part I like. But it also is, like, with both the selling all the tickets to the theater thing prior to the album coming out, and also all those fucking variants before the album came out. It's like, you couldn't have given anyone a warning of what the album was going to sound like. We couldn't have gotten a single. before everybody bought all those tickets and bought all those variants. And I defend her on the variants a lot because I do think that ultimately what the variants are, they're just collector's items. And I think that in different like nerd spaces, that kind of thing is deemed acceptable and fine in a way that like when it's a female interest, it's judged more harshly. But it's like ultimately they're just collector's editions. They're just for people who want to collect the albums. But you don't need to, the music itself, the content of the album is not being paywalled. I mean, there are like the acoustic versions and stuff. And in previous albums, she's done extra like bonus tracks and stuff. So that stuff maybe is kind of getting paywalled. But for the most part, it's like the actual content of the album, it's all accessible for free. So I don't care that much. But at the same time, it's like, well, but you did sell like 37 variants. Which at a point, it's like, is that even collectibles anymore? Like, you're kind of diminishing the value of each individual variant by doing so many that you've oversaturated the market. And then also, again, it's like, how many people bought those albums thinking that they were going to like this album because of the way that you were describing it? And then they heard it and they didn't really care about the album anymore. It's just like, could you not have released a single? Could you not have given people a warning? What happened to singles? But whatever, fine. The theater thing was like fine. I think really it's like the point of the theater thing is just for people to get together and listen to the album and like be in a shared space with other fans. So I think in that way it's like it's worth it. Like that's what you're buying a ticket for. It's just to go be in a space with other fans listening to the album. At the same time, I do think that the quality of the film could have been better. Especially given that she's Taylor Swift and she's a billionaire. Like, the lyric videos were just plain fucking lyric videos. You couldn't film yourself just, like, lip syncing to it or something just to have, like, something different, something more personalized. Also, they played the Fate of Ophelia video twice. And then they did, like, behind-the-scenes stuff with the making of the video, and every time they did the behind the scenes stuff, they would just go back to like the instrumental for Fate of Ophelia, so you would just hear the like opening like piano part and you knew that you're about to see the behind the scenes stuff. And it's like it got so repetitive and to the point where it's like when I hear the song now, I kind of just think about the behind the scenes stuff of like, oh, well, here's another behind the scenes thing, and then I'm like, oh wait, no, this is the actual song. Like you could have made the theater experience a little bit better. There could have been a little bit more work put into that. But it's fine. Yeah, 34 variants. And I do just want to put this up here about Oops, I Did It Again held the record for 15 years for the biggest sales week ever for an album by a female artist debuting at #1. And she did that without, streaming or anything. So, like, that's not a knock on Taylor. I just want to remind everyone that Britney Spears is the bitch. But yeah, 34 versions. It's like, I think that the variants are fine. I think that, again, they're like a collectible thing. 34 is too much. Because it's like at that point, there's just not even enough difference between them. And she just, I feel like she put so much more time and effort into the photo shoots for this album than she did into the actual album. There are so many fucking photos. Just so many. When I was trying to make the thumbnail for this, this stream, and I was like Googling, trying to find photos from the photo shoot to use, I just kept finding more that I had never seen before. I'm like, how many photos did she take? We couldn't have spent a little bit more time in the recording studio? And then she did the music video. There's her fucking bread. I think the video is fine. I think it's one of her better videos in a while. But I also kind of hate how, like, literal it is sometimes. Like, she says the thing about, like, I heard you calling on the megaphone. And then there's someone behind her with a megaphone. And then she says, you're quite the pyro. You light the match. And then she has a match and she lights it on herself. It's like, all right, we get it. You like to do the literal interpretation of every lyric. But it's fine. It's a cute video. I don't know if this is true. I'm hoping that it's not. But I worry that it is. I saw people on Twitter saying that some of the signed CDs that people got were signed not just by Taylor, but also by Travis. Why is your boyfriend signing copies of your album? It is true. God damn it. You used to be a whole person, Taylor. Not just Travis Kelce's fiance. And she still is. I don't want to degrade her that way, but it's getting so tiring. Why is the man moving in on her art so hard? I don't even know if it's him trying to move in. I think it's like her like she wants this. Oh. And then this was really upsetting. Genuinely. And it's not even, when I read the quotes, it was one thing. When I heard her saying it out loud, I felt really sad. This is her talking about her decision to not do the Super Bowl.
You didn't turn down the Super Bowl because of performance footage?
No.
Okay.
No. Well, here's the thing. Like Jay-Z has always been very good to me.
Yes.
Our teams are really close. Like, it's like they sometimes will call and say, how does she feel about...
Yeah.
And that's not like an official offer or an official or like a conference room conversation.
It's just a
like
feeling
our teams
out.
are really close. How does she feel about it in general? And we're always able to like tell him the truth, which is that like I am in love with a guy who does that sport on that actual field. Like that is violent chess. That is gladiators without swords. That is dangerous. Wow. I am the whole season, I am locked in on what that man is doing on the field. Can you imagine if like he's out there every single week, like putting his life on the line, doing this very dangerous, very high pressure, high intensity sport. And I'm like, I wonder what my choreo should be.
Like, oh my gosh, honey, let me have one thing. Let me have one thing.
I think we should do 2 verses of Shake It Off into Blank Space, into Cruel Summer would be great. Like, yeah. It's just like this is nothing to do with Travis. He would love for me to do it. I'm just too locked in.
Good.
Like, yeah.
All right. Love hearing that.
I've never heard her talk like that before. She's never been so dismissive of her own work. And again, it was one thing to read the quotes. To hear her do the voice. The dumb girl voice. It's depressing. And if it were someone else, I would kind of understand. Because it's like, you know, you do that sometimes as a woman. Like, you're bred to do that. To, like, talk about yourself so dismissively. And be like, oh, my dumb girl things. But I've never heard her do it. I'm like about to cry. I literally like, I feel so sad. And her saying the thing about like risking his life. Bitch, what are you talking about? He's risking your life, kinda. We want to talk about like the amount that CTE that players like him get, how much that increases the likelihood that he will become domestically violent. I'm so sad. Yeah, exactly. Did you cool girl too close to the sun? And it's also so gross too, because it's like,
You didn't
he opens it up by saying you didn't turn down the Super Bowl over, what is he saying?
turn down the Super Bowl because of performance footage.
Prior to this interview, there was a rumor that she had been offered the Super Bowl, but she turned it down because the NFL wouldn't give her complete control of the footage. They wouldn't like let her put it on her own YouTube channel or something. I don't know. And I read that and I was like, that's great. I'm glad that she really is like putting her foot down and saying that I won't do something unless I get to control what happens to the footage afterward. And for her to say that's a rumor and that's not true, that the real reason she's not doing the Super Bowl is because she's too busy thinking about Travis. And that it would be like, and acting like it would be dumb and ridiculous of her to like think about, what's my choreo? What's my set list gonna be? While her boyfriend risks his life. What do you do on stage? You did 3-hour shows. That was very physically exhausting. And you are risking your life every day. There were terrorist threats made at your shows. You're risking your life every time you go out on that stage. Why is what he does more important than what you do? I hope she gets over this. I hope that this is just like, she's just so in love right now that she's not thinking straight. And she'll come back around. And this is the thing too, is when somebody asked her, they asked her like, are you going to be done making music now? And she was so offended by it. She was like, that is such an insulting question. Why would I ever stop making music? And I'm like, it is kind of an insulting question, but it's like, well, look at how you're behaving. You wrote it. There's a song on your album about how all you want is just to be a wife and a mother to Travis. Not a mother to Travis, but a mother to Travis's kids. That you don't want anything else. And then you come on here and you act so dismissive toward your own career. I don't blame people for wondering if this was it. I never thought that it was. I always thought that you were going to make more music because you're Taylor Swift. You can't stop making music. And I understand even, like, I get that, like, I kind of get what she's saying in terms of, like, when she's at the stadium, she's, like, locked in and watching him. And I get that that's even, like, a valid thing to say. It's like, I am too focused on, like, his football performance that, like, it would just feel kind of weird to me to be like thinking about doing my performance in this like arena that he is also like working in, where I'm kind of more focused on him, which like it already doesn't totally make sense, because it's like, but you and Travis both perform in the same stadiums, so it's not like just when you're in that building you're only thinking about Travis. Like, no, you perform in the stadiums that he does football in. But okay, fine. Maybe it would just be too weird for you while you're watching him play football when you're thinking about your Super Bowl performance, because that's a little bit more specifically tied to the football thing. Okay, cool. Just say that. Just say, like, I just feel like I don't really want to mix those things because I'm more focused on Travis's performance when I'm in the football stadium, when I'm watching him play football. I don't really want to, like, encroach upon that with my own music. I want to, like, maybe kind of keep that separate. Okay, cool. Just say that. Don't then be like, how ridiculous would it be if I was like, what's my choreo? Like, come on, girl. Get up. Yeah, exactly. But she quite literally mixed those things. She put Travis on stage at the Eras Tour. Why was he there? Yeah, that's the thing, too, is like it's not even that she doesn't want to mix those two worlds. Like, she's going onto his podcast. He's on her stage. He is a part of her show. She has him doing things on her stage. You do want to, like, be mixed together. Like, it almost would make way more sense for you to be doing the Super Bowl while he's also at the Super Bowl. I don't know enough about football. Is there reasonable expectation that the Chiefs will be at the next Super Bowl? But maybe that is. Like, I can kind of understand if she's, like, so worried that he's going to be at the Super Bowl and that she's going to be doing her performance, that, like, she's not going to be able to focus on him. I get that. But it's this whole thing of, like, that she can't plan her choreography because it happens to be in the same stadium that he plays football. Like, come on. And she's so media trained, too. It's like, she's thought about all of her answers prior to going out on stage. She had every opportunity to, like, not tell herself, don't do a dumb girl voice when I say this. Just talk normal. Explain it in a reasonable way. Don't be dismissive toward my own work. Oh, I took myself off. Anyway. And then I guess she's also got this docu-series coming out. It's gonna be like, she's gonna do, I don't know if, so it's the final show. It's gonna be like the last Eras Tour show. I don't know if she's gonna do the entire show that they're releasing, or if it's just to put in, because she didn't, the last time when they did the Eras Tour film, she didn't do the Tortured Poets portion. So this one will have the Tortured Poets part. So I don't know if it's just that or if it's the entire show again. It's a little excessive, but fine, whatever. And then there's a 6-episode docu-series, and it's gonna go over the course of like 3 days. So it'll be like 2 episodes one day, 2 episodes the next, and then 2 episodes later in December. Oh. It's just so much. But I am interested in, like, seeing the docuseries, because I do, I like some behind-the-scenes stuff. I would like to see, like, the making of, like, the tour, and maybe the making of the album, even though I don't like the album very much. But, I'll probably still enjoy it to some degree. But it's like, girl, come on. Like, Anyway, we do have our honorary pop girly. The runner-up, we have a runner-up and then we have the final. The the main person. Now for our honorary pop girlies, it's always just someone who's not a pop girly, whatever that means. So like, could be a musical artist who just doesn't do like pop music, or it could be someone who doesn't do music whatsoever, but we still just want to shout them out because they exude some sort of like pop girliness to them. Now, I think this is the first musician of the honorary pop girlies. This is someone who doesn't, the reason that I'm including them is because I really, really wrestled with whether or not I could consider them a pop girly for the bracket. Because I think that they're close. You know, like I'm not super strict on like you have to make like pure pop music. I think that there's like room for other genres and stuff in there that are still pop, but they're not like bubblegum pop. They're not like pop. This person, I was like, I think they're close to maybe being able to be considered, but I just think they're not quite pop enough. They're a little bit more in like the rock world. Pop adjacent for sure, and definitely a fair amount of meta narrative. But I don't know why. To me, I'm like, I don't think it would make sense to see them with the rest of the nominees. I don't think that would make sense in the bracket. But I still really, really like them. And I just want to give them a shout out because they did come out with something recently. So, our honorary pop girly runner-up is Miss Florence Welch. I love Florence. I love Florence and the Machine. That's another thing too. It's like technically Florence and the Machine is a band. So she's not really a solo artist, which our other pop girlies are solo artists, but it's a band. It's a band the way that like Marilyn Manson is a band. It's a band, but it's also just a person. But we love Florence. She's the greatest. One of the greats. One of her new songs. Her new album came out, when did it come out? Like, let's see. Like 2 weeks ago? Oh, just last week on, not even last week. Oh my God, 4 days ago. Why did I think it was 2 weeks ago? I guess maybe because of the singles. But it's called Everybody Scream. It's good. I like it. She's also released a lot of music videos for it. Now, one thing that I thought was super interesting, let me even pull it up because I thought this was kind of like funny. She released her music video for One of the Greats. I guess it's not even technically a video. It says official visualizer. Because it's literally just her like in a car. Looking cool. Cool as fuck. I love that font too. Maybe Taylor's team can learn something about proper font usage. So she just in the car and it just keeps driving. And then there's a credit sequence and the credit sequence is so long. I was like, how many people does it take to just film you just in the car? I mean, I'm glad, good for her for crediting everybody, but like, what the hell? Look at all these, like the gaffers, the electricians, desk operator, what does that mean? Runner/driver, unit medic, physical therapist? There was one that said something about a drone. I was like, what did you use the drone for? You're just in the car. But it's a good song. Oh, fuck, I took myself off again. So shout out to Florence, we love her. Now our other honorary pop girly. This one, I wanted to make sure that we did this one at the right time, the right moment. Maybe it's the credits for all the visualizers into one. I thought that, but then I looked at, I think they're different credits because she has multiple other like visualizers and music videos. And I think those are different credits. Because I thought of that. But, you know, I mean, it takes a village. Anyway. Our other honorary pop girly. Obviously, Zohran Mamdani. The election in New York City is tomorrow. Technically, like, today, really. Well, no, not today. Not quite yet. We've got another 10-ish minutes. But if you live in New York City and you haven't already voted, because you could do the early voting, get your fucking ass to the polls tomorrow. Vote for this man. I don't live in New York, so it's technically none of my business, but it also is my business. Because the policies that he wants to implement are policies that I would like to see other cities implement, and if he's able to do it in New York City, those things will spread throughout the country. And also, like, I was in New York City last month to see Gaga. And I would like to go back. And maybe stay. For forever. I can't do that at the current moment. Because it is an impossible city to live in. Unless you have a pretty decent amount of money. And I don't have a decent amount of money. And Zohran, his platform is built around making New York City affordable. So if he could do that, that would really be great for me. So, who's being Islamophobic? Let me find it. He wants Sharia law. Okay, yeah, goodbye, Hunter. Oi! We love Zohran. I could go into, like, the policies of his that I like and that I would like to see implemented, but honestly, it's like, what else are you gonna do? You're gonna let Andrew Cuomo be the mayor? Don't be ridiculous. The guy with the little red beret? No. Has he been weird all night? I've looked over to the chat a few times, but I'm assuming quite a few of you were wild and in there. But I didn't see any, like, huge fights breaking out, so. Anyway, I do want to, this is irrelevant to everything else, but there's this clip of him at Madison Square Garden in the nosebleeds. This is, like, pretty much where I was. Like, there's the fucking, the whatever it's called, the bridge something. Now, of course, there's no big screen over here for him to look at, so it doesn't really matter to him. But you know what? Maybe we should have a mayor who sits roughly where I had to sit, because I'm poor. I'd like to believe, I'm pretty sure that we are not in the same spot. I think I was a little bit, I don't know exactly where it is because I can't even see the speakers from there. But I'd like to believe that me and Zoran Mamdani sat in the same spot. I'd like to believe that. Here, he's been campaigning like crazy over these last few days too. So here's him. This is him at 1 a.m. at a gay bar. He went to 6 different clubs in New York City last night, which is very like Britney Spears 2003 coded when she was promoting In the Zone. Because she went around to like different clubs in New York in her special In the Zone and Out All Night. So he's just like Britney. Princess of Pop. Hey, look at him too. He's so cute.
Are we ready to win a city we can afford? Are we ready to make history? Let's go out there and do it. Thank you, my friends. Are we ready to beat?
He's so cute. And here's one thing that I'll say too, because we're very focused on music and the arts here. And here's what he has to say about how his policies will affect that.
As a city at the heart of pop culture, how impactful is this election on the growth of New York's arts and music scene?
I think often we talk about the arts as if they are separate from the issue of affordability, but if we want to make the arts something that every person can pursue, not just a luxury for the rich, then we have to ensure that the artist can afford to live in that same city. And I don't know if you saw, there was that conversation between Coleman Domingo and Timothée Chalamet, and they were talking and they discovered they lived in the same building. And that was a building that was built specifically to ensure that artists could afford this city. It's time to actually do much more of that here.
As a city at the heart of pop culture.
We love that. It is very exciting though, because he is the Democratic nominee. He kind of smoked Andrew Cuomo in the primaries. I don't think Andrew Cuomo has any better shot at winning this election as an independent candidate, and I definitely don't think that the Republican candidate has any shot winning an election in New York City. So I don't think, listen, if you haven't voted and you live in New York City, don't take it as a given. Go fucking vote for him. But I think this is the new mayor. I kind of can't see him not winning this election. If he doesn't, I am going to sink into a deep depression. It'll just be too much. It'll be the straw that broke the camel's back. I'm the camel. So, and yeah, no, you're right, Marty. He is hot. Especially because he seems like a good person. And being a good person is hot. Pushing progressive policies is hot. Having such a beautiful smile is hot. So, yeah, I think that's the new mayor of New York City. And I'm very excited about it. I'm excited for all of you New Yorkers in the chat. I'm glad that you finally have a decent mayor. Oh, if he loses, I'm gonna lose my shit. But you know what? The election's tomorrow. We will be doing the other Pop Girly news update tomorrow. I think tomorrow probably won't take as long. This is what, we're almost at like 5 hours. I don't think tomorrow will be 5 hours, but however long it takes, if it gets announced, I'll be keeping an eye on the election results. I think the polls close at like 8 o'clock. So we'll probably know by the end of tomorrow's stream, and we can celebrate together. Good luck, Sauron. Good luck, New York. And, yeah, I will see you guys, some of you, hopefully, tomorrow. Bye.